Alrighty. Why do I never show up right away? It's the weirdest thing. It doesn't seem to matter if I have this waiting and going and ready to go. Doesn't seem to matter. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the library. I am your host and narrator, Serdd. Well, today I know that we're going to be doing a few different things. As to which order we're doing them in, I'm not quite sure. Let me see here. Oh, you can't see that yet. Yay. I haven't started screen sharing, so that's very good. Today we will be continuing on, starting with chapter 24 of Married Thrice to a Salted Fish. Or it's just two salted fish, not a. I don't know where Ghosty went. I know that Ghosty wanted to talk to us today, but I don't know where they are. They're not here yet. So until they get here. Let me see here. If you're just tuning in for the first time, welcome. We traditionally read Danmei. We are in the middle of Salted Fish. We're still at technically just about the beginning, as there are 140 chapters, I believe, and we're on chapter 24. So we will be continuing on with that for a while, but we also talk about a lot of different things. I know that Ghosty had some questions about voice acting and how to get into specifically audiobooks. I have yet to fully break into voice acting. I've only done a few little jobs, but I am a published audiobook narrator. So that I can help with. And we're going to talk about setup and all that fun stuff. As to when we're talking about this, I don't know. Also, if you happen to watch my last video, we did some singing last video. And apparently that was a thing that we now have to continue in this one. So, I originally thought that I would start off with my warm-up song, but I guess we're not going to do that today because I'm not doing that to nobody here. If nobody's here, it's almost more embarrassing than to be doing it by yourself and then have someone come in and go, what the fuck is happening? Just to tell you about a warm-up song is what you do as a voice actor to get everything moving. So it should be one that has either very quick speech, if you're going to be narrating. It should get all your vocals and everything warmed up and you're breathing in order and all that fun stuff. So it helps you get ready to start recording. I have two. I have my old one and the one that I use now. Both are kind of tongue twisters, but it helps. So if no one's here, I did say 7, right? I did say 7. Let me just get on here. I don't know where the hell Ghosty went. They're not on here. There. I just put in all caps, streaming now. All right. And please let me know how my music volumes are doing. I kind of do want to do the warm-up song. No. You know what? Ghosty and I usually talk a lot. So instead of getting into all that, I'm going to take a quick sip and then I'm going to dive right into chapter 24. Okay. Turn down the music a little more. Chapter 24. I have another name. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a side branch of the Liu clan, Nananhu's older half-brother, brought his entire family from Linan to the capital. The two brothers have not seen each other for decades, since they divided the family property and went their separate ways. Regardless of the actual relationship between the brothers, on the surface, they still had to go through the motions. For this Mid-Autumn Festival, the entire Hu Mansion was busy from top to bottom. Only the two masters of the Blue Wind Pavilion could be idle. Xiaojun wouldn't concern himself over such small matters, and young Master Hu hasn't been in good condition since the beginning of autumn. Before, he used to be able to take a walk around a bit, but now he was completely unable to leave his wheelchair and had to be pushed around by others to get anywhere. I think we're coming up to the painful bits. Are you serious? Did I start doing that? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Well, that's really freaking embarrassing. Starting that again. That is so embarrassing. And that only happened because I hit the wrong thing. I meant to hit this page that I could scroll. Moving right along. I'm not gonna. I was to here, pushed around by others to get anywhere. And then we scroll. I think the music is still too nice for it. Actually, that's just nice. Okay. The head of the Liu clan's branch family sent word in advance, telling them the time of their arrival. When it was almost time, Lin Qingyu and Pan Shi went together with Nanan Hu to the gate of the mansion to greet the guests. They saw 5 or 6 luxurious carriages slowly approaching from the distance. Linan was a rich and prosperous place, and the Liu family was one of its most prominent households. The head of the family was Nanan Hu's eldest brother and Liu Wancheng's eldest uncle. That is definitely more important than my reading. No worries, Atkinson. Thank you so much for popping in. I really appreciate it. You can go and clean your dirty rugrat. No offense is meant. That's what I call mine. Slowly approaching from the distance. Linan was a rich and prosperous place, and the Liu family was one of its most prominent households. The head of the family was Nanan Hu's eldest brother and Liu Wancheng's eldest uncle. After the two brothers met, they greeted each other politely, with far more courtesy than affection. They then entered the mansion together. Lin Qingyu followed behind with absolutely no interest in this whole matter. A good-looking man then stepped forward to talk to him. "This must be Lin Xiaojun? This must be Lin Xiaojun?" Lin Qingyu didn't answer, and Pan Shi said, "Xiaojun, this is Master Hu's nephew, young Master Hu's cousin." "I am Liu Bai Shu. I am Liu Bai Shu. In our generation, I am the 6th eldest in the family. If it doesn't displease Lin Xiaojun, you can call me Liu Lao Liu." The man, with his elegant and smart bearing, smiled. "I am happy to see that Yanang is well." Oh, that's just... I am happy to see that Yanang is well. Okay. "Luckily, Yanang still remembers me." This Liu Baishu was a little too overly friendly, and Lin Qingyu had no desire to get acquainted with such a person. "How could I not remember?" Pan Shi said with a smile. "Xiaojun, 6th young master came to the capital to do business last year, and he lived in the mansion for 3 months. He has a very good relationship with the eldest young master." Oh, so this person and Liu Wancheng originally had such a relationship. Then Yu suddenly had the makings of an idea. He nodded in greeting to Liu Baishu, but Liu Baishu asked, "Is Wancheng's condition getting better? For my trip to the capital this year, I brought along a lot of precious supplements. I only hope that they may be of help." He's dirty, all right. Then Yu said, "If sixth young master has nothing else to do later, you can follow me to visit him at Blue Wind Pavilion." Liu Baishu said, "That's a great idea." The mansion's servants were busy moving things and taking the guests to their rooms to settle in. After Liu Baishu was finished settling in, he immediately followed Lin Qingyu to the Blue Wind Pavilion. Before entering the room, Lin Qingyu said, "I wish to ask sixth young master to do me a favor." Liu Baishu said politely, "Lin Xiaojun, I would gladly hear out your request." Lu Wancheng has been in good spirits these past few days. But in order to get out of entertaining the guests, he insisted that he had fallen ill once again, and it was an illness because of which he could not get out of bed. Getting out of bed would mean his death. He thought he could stay well away from those chaotic relatives of his, but he never could have expected that Lin Qingyu would actually lead them to his door. "Young Master Hu, your fifth brother is here to see you." Liu Wancheng put away his usual careless style and assumed the manner of a noble family's son. Just as he was about to call out "fifth brother," he caught sight of the uneasy expression of the person beside Lin Qingyu. He gave it some more thought and let a smile spread across his face. "Wife, don't make fun of me. How could this possibly be fifth brother? It is obviously sixth brother." Lin Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He's trying to catch you. He said lightly, Yes, I was mistaken." Liu Baishu breathed out a sigh of relief and said with a loud laugh, "Didn't I say so? In any case, I did stay at the Blue Wind Pavilion for 3 months last year. If Wancheng were to forget me so quickly, it would simply be too heartless." Lu Wancheng cast a meaning-laden glance at Lin Qingyu and said, making a show of being earnest, "There is no need for sixth brother to worry. Even if you were to turn to ashes, I would still recognize you." These cousins were both the talkative type, and they both bantered with ease. Not the slightest peculiarity could be seen. But this was not enough to completely convince Lin Qingyu. Lu Wancheng never revealed any flaws in front of others. It was only when he was with his own people that he would openly mention his past. Since Lu Wancheng didn't want to talk, he would simply wait. Besides, it wouldn't be too late to coax and threaten him once he truly grew impatient of waiting. The two chatted happily for a while. Then the sound of lively bustle could be heard from outside. Hua Lu came in and reported that all his relatives who had come today had rushed to the Blue Wind Pavilion, saying they were here to visit the sick. Lin Qingyu clearly saw through their ulterior motives. These people had undoubtedly come rushing from the Hu Mansion's property. To visit the sick was a pretense, and to present a son was their true purpose. Let me just pull something up here real quick. Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay, never mind. That's odd. Okay. Lu Wancheng had married a male wife, and because of ill health could not take on a concubine. He was destined to remain childless. If they could get their youngest son adopted into Lu Wancheng's lineage, there would be endless benefits in the future. Lu Wancheng heard the noise made by the children in the yard, and immediately raised his hand to rest his forehead upon it. Jingyu, I suddenly feel dizzy. I'll have to leave the matter of entertaining the guests to... Then Jingyu pretended not to hear. Watching a salted fish being forced to stick it out from time to time was its own kind of entertainment. Please have them come in. Lu Wancheng. A lot of people came this time, including Lu Wancheng's cousins, nephews, and other descendants. Within the Lu clan, Lu Wancheng's seniority was quite high, and there were even some here who would need to address him as grandfather. These people filled the hall to bursting. Then Qingyu and Lu Wancheng sat in the main seats. Then Qingyu drank tea, minding his own business, not speaking unless necessary. He had made up his mind to make someone diligent for once. Lin Qingyu looked on coldly, and Lu Wancheng was left with no choice but to brace himself and treat the guests. Although he was not the least bit willing, if he were forced to do it, he would do it flawlessly. There was absolutely nothing that could be criticized of Lu Wancheng's manner, as he performed everything without the slightest breach of etiquette. It looked as though both host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. Sorry, I'm not sure who just says what here. Okay, just random. Okay. I heard that one at the Qingdai Pavilion still refuses to come out to see anyone. In the end, he's just the son of the second wife, creating such a scandal. It's only natural he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. As they say, there is a knife above the character for lust. Our ancestors didn't lie to us. Lin Qingyu saw how Lu Wancheng's lips carried a smile, but the impatience in his eyes was almost impossible to hide any longer. He suddenly realized what fun it was to tease salted fish. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, Lu Wancheng glanced back. In an instant, the impatience in his eyes turned into a refreshing breeze, and no trace of it remained. One of Lu Wancheng's cousins said, trying to flatter him, I think young Master Hu's complexion looks very good. Maybe in just a few days you'll be able to make a full recovery. Lu Wancheng smiled and said, I accept your blessings. As soon as you're healthy enough, you should turn your attention into the matter of producing an heir. What are your plans? Oh, wrong. Huh. Try that one again. As soon as you're healthy, you should turn your attention to the matter of producing an heir. What are your plans? The one who spoke was the eldest son of the Lu family, Liu Baishou's eldest brother. The words were so obvious that Liu Baishou couldn't help frowning, warning aloud, Dega, this is a private matter for young Master Hu and his people. We shouldn't concern ourselves with this. The Liu family's eldest son was apparently not the sharpest tool in the shed, and he said, This is a matter for the Liu family, and it is closely related to us. What's wrong What wrong is there in me asking? I heard that young Master Hu is preparing to take a concubine? Lin Qingyu finally spoke for the first time. Where did you hear that? The Liu family's eldest said with a smile, Don't take offense, Xiaojin. It's perfectly normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although young Master Hu is ill, he is still a man, and as a man, he possesses 7 emotions and 6 desires. Lu Wancheng spread out his hands. What 7 emotions and 6 desires? What 7 emotions and 6 desires can I possibly have with this body? Even if there was, I have given it all to Qin Yu. He turned to catch Lin Qingyu's gaze. His eyes seemed to contain an expanse of spring water. Qin Yu is my entire passion. Lin Qingyu almost choked on his sip of tea. What is wrong with Lu Wancheng? The guests looked at each other in dismay, and then let out heartfelt sighs. What was I saying? Lin Xiaojian is of startling talent, with the grace of the wind, a celestial being among men. How can anyone else catch Wancheng's eyes? Oh, they are very much in love, the very picture of marital harmony. Oh, how we envy you. May grandfather and grandmother be of one heart forever. May you live a long and happy life together. Lin Qingyu's forehead twitched. The instigator of this fuss seemed rather guilty and didn't dare look at him. Holding a teacup to cover his face, it was like he was saying, I can't hear anything. Lin Qingyu interrupted the chatter of these cheap grandsons. Young Master Hu, it is time to take your medicine. Everyone wanted to get close to the two of them, but as soon as these words came out, they couldn't be so shameless as to continue imposing on them. They got up one after the other and took their leave. After the guests left, without waiting for Lin Qingyu to say anything, Lu Wancheng made a hiss sound, wrapping his arms around himself and began to rub wildly. Save me, I'm so greasy. Lin Qingyu didn't know what greasy meant, but after connecting it with the actual situation just now, he formed a vague understanding. He sincerely agreed. Indeed. That evening, Nana and Hu hosted a banquet in the mansion to entertain the guests. Lu Wancheng didn't attend, citing physical discomfort, and Lin Qingyu excused himself, saying that he would be staying in the Blue Wind Pavilion to look after him. The twilight clouds had dispersed, leaving the moon and some scattered stars. The light was bright but silent. Laid out on the stone table in the courtyard were mooncakes, water chestnuts, dates, and pomegranates. There was even a pot of sweet osmanthus wine. However, whether it was the mooncakes or the sweet osmanthus wine, Lu Wancheng couldn't have any of it. He could only look to satisfy his cravings. After looking at the mooncakes for a while, he turned his eyes towards Lin Qingyu beside him. Looking at her beauty at night had its own distinct flavor. Long hair like a waterfall, clothes like frost. The tear-shaped mole at the corners of his eyes looked particularly moving under the moonlight. It was a pity a dark quality suffused the space between the beauty's brows. It seemed he had something on his mind. A worry on one's mind during the Mid-Autumn Festival could not be anything but homesickness. Lu Wancheng said, There are so many people in the mansion now, and it can really be quite annoying. How about we go stay at the Lin residence for a few days, and come back once they leave? Lin Qingyu said, Your guests are already here, and you, the host, still want to slip away? I have already given them enough face today. It's enough. Lin Qingyu declined to comment. Holding a wine cup in his hand, he lowered his eyes and asked, How did you recognize Lu Baishu. Lu Wancheng said indifferently, I guessed. I remember that sixth brother and I are on good terms. You brought Lu Baishu by himself, so his relationship with me must not be simple. So I guessed he was that sixth brother. And sure enough. Then Xingyu nodded. He poured himself another cup of wine and didn't ask anything else. Then Xingyu, this is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we're spending... Xingyu, this is the Mid-Autumn Festival we're spending together, and it's also our last. Lu Wancheng looked at the bright moon in the sky and smiled lightly. At next year's Mid-Autumn Festival, will you still remember me? Then Xingyu raised his head and looked at the same bright moon Lu Wancheng was looking at. He said, Although you and I started off in an ill-fated relationship, as we've kept each other company, I have grown to regard you as a confidant and a close friend. Money is easy to obtain, but friends are hard to find. I will always remember Lu Wancheng. Always remember Lu Wancheng. Lu Wancheng was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly said, Last time at the Changsheng Temple, you asked me if I had any other name, and I said no. Then Xingyu's hand tightened. I lied to you. I still have another name. Lu Wancheng said in a deep voice, I hope you can remember this name. Then Xingyu's eyes flashed. He seemed to be a little nervous. Lu Wancheng wanted to make the atmosphere lighter, so he started spouting nonsense in a serious-sounding tone. My surname is Zhu, and my name is Daichang. Besides Wancheng, you can also call me Big Brother Daichang. Then Xingyu immediately lost all expression and he got up to leave. Stubborn and unchanging. He must be losing his mind to take someone like this seriously. Lu Wancheng smiled and stopped him. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Actually, my surname is Zhang, and my name is... Before he could finish his words, Hua Lu interrupted their conversation with an urgent shout. Young Master Hu, Shaojin, there's someone from the palace. Oh, we're getting close to pain. The pain is coming, and it is real. I'm thinking that... Where is it? This here? My surname is Zhu. Dajang. Big Brother Dajang. I'm thinking that's a joke or a play on words or something. That has to mean something because he was pissed. All right. Let me go ahead. I sincerely hope that the music is okay. I so wish that I had the playlist up and working. But I did find, if you're, how I'm always mentioning that there's a VTuber that I really looked up to and that I followed, this VTuber is the reason that I'm doing this now. I found him. I found out what he is doing now. He is under another name, and he's doing good for himself already, hugely popular. But what he's doing now is very, 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 very different from what I originally found him on. So I have a hard time with it, but I just like listening to his voice. So that's something. I've found him and I know that he's doing okay. So it's like I was legitimately a little worried. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. But yeah, let me just pop on over to Discord. I don't know what happened to Ghosty. I know that they had something they wanted to talk about. Oh, excuse me. All right. We're getting to the sadness parts, and I want to get to that. So I'm going to keep going. Ghosty knows that it's at 7, right? Like, I know that I told him. Just a idiot. Oh, excuse me. You may or may not notice that I actually hold my breath when I'm reading. I don't recommend it. It's not what you're supposed to do, but I can't seem to break myself of the habit. So I usually take one deep breath and try to get through the whole paragraph in that one breath. And that's why you find I start gasping after a while. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty, I just want to check one more thing before I continue on. I'm just going to go over here. Oh, this is what I want. I just want to make sure that it went out. Oh, it didn't go. It didn't go. It didn't go. It didn't go. Can I edit this? No, 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 no. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay. That's not right. I don't know why that's not right. Okay. Just a moment. Just a moment. Oh. No, there's two of them? That's weird. Yeah. Delete that one. Yeah. I'm gonna retweet my own tweet. Cause I'm missing some people's. And I'm sad that I'm gonna end up here crying alone. Chapter 25. Wancheng, what are you thinking about? Their visitor from the palace was Okay. Their visitor from the palace was Eunuch Feng of Feng Yi Palace. Eunuch Feng was carrying out the Empress's orders, delivering the gifts she had bestowed upon the Nananhu's mansion for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Unlike other relatives who they could choose to receive or not, once a decree from the Empress arrives, whether it was Lu Wancheng, Lu Chaosong, or even Liang Xi, they all had to endure their ill condition and accept the edict. After not seeing Liang Xi for many days, Lin Qingyu now saw that she appeared 10 years older. Her makeup could not hide the changes brought about by her illness. She wasn't really ill. It was stress and embarrassment. Liu Chaosong's eyes were sunken. His steps were weak. It could be seen with a single glance that he had completely been hollowed out. Compared to the two of them, Lu Wancheng, though ill for far longer, still maintained his demeanor. This was thanks to the medicine Lin Qingyu gave him, and was also inseparable from his good mentality. As the only person in the Nananhu mansion who was related to the Empress by blood, Liu Wancheng's gifts were undoubtedly the most precious. Aside from jewelry and jade, tonics, and medicinal materials, there were also 2 fox fur robes that were paid as tribute from the north, several bolts of silk that were paid as tribute from the south, and boxes of pastries of the same kind as those served to the emperor. All these gifts were to be given to the young Master Hu and his wife. In comparison, other people's gifts were obviously given for the sake of mere formality. After everyone received their gifts one by one, Eunuch Feng said, "Young Master Hu has been on the Empress's mind all this time. She especially instructs this servant to ask after Mr. Hu's health. How is..." Fuck me, I'm doing that again. That was also awful. "Young Master Hu has been on the Empress's mind all this time. She especially instructed this servant to ask after Master Hu's health. How has young Master Hu been feeling recently?" Liu Wancheng smiled and said, "Thank the Empress for her concern. I've been feeling quite well." Eunuch Feng turned his eyes to Lin Qingyu. "This must be Lin Xiaojun. I heard it mentioned that her Empress has been responsible for the marriage between young Master Hu and Xiaojun, and yet she has yet to see Lin Xiaojun." Liu Wancheng heard Eunuch Feng's implication, and the smile at the corners of his lips waned a bit. Nananhu too heard what the Eunuch Feng was trying to imply, and he threw Liang Shi a meaningful look. However, ever since her illness, Liang Shi has been absent-minded, and even at this moment she seemed to be in a trance, with a dazed expression on her face. Nananhu had no choice but to say himself, "After the festival, my wife shall be visiting the palace to greet the Empress. At that time, I will have her bring the family to deliver our thanks." Eunuch Feng nodded in satisfaction. "That's very good. Then this servant won't be disturbing Master Hu's family reunion." Nananhu said politely, "Then take care, Eunuch Feng." Everyone returned to the courtyard with their gifts. Lin Qingyu had Hua Lu pack the things away. It was Hua Lu's first time seeing this silk given as tribute, and as soon as she touched it, she simply couldn't put it down. "I have never seen such a light material." Sorry. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. You know? "I have never seen such a light material. It must be very cold to wear in summer. Tomorrow I will go to the mansion's tailors and have them use this to make new clothes for the young master in Xiaojun." Liu Wancheng said, "You can just give it to the Xiaojun." "Oh, you can just give it to the Xiaojun. I won't need it." "Eh? Why?" Hua Tong hit Hua Lu in the back with his hand. Hua Lu realized her blunder and closed her mouth, embarrassed. Then Qingyu said, "You may all withdraw." After being interrupted by Eunuch Feng, neither of them were in the mood to continue admiring the moon. Liu Wancheng was always talkative and always had a smile on his face. Now that he had grown quiet, even if he didn't say a word, you could tell that he was upset. Then Qingyu didn't know what was bothering him. He himself was quite vexed. Although he had grown to regard Liu Wancheng as a close friend, this didn't mean that he could forgive this marriage. He hadn't forgotten that it was the Empress who had facilitated this marriage with Liu Wancheng. Because of this, He may never have a good impression of the Empress, even if she did genuinely care about Lu Wancheng. After a long silence, Lu Wancheng said, "Jingyu, I don't want you to enter the palace." Then Jingyu was puzzled. "Why?" Lu Wancheng murmured in a low voice, "I just don't want you to." "Hey, Ghosty, let me finish this and I'll be right with you. Hi." You missed some sadness, by the way. It was sad. It got sad for a moment. Lin Qingyu frowned. "I don't want to go to the palace to see the Empress either. However, as long as I am admitted to the Imperial Medical Office, sooner or later I will be entering the palace." Lu Wancheng seemed to have sudden realization, and he hesitantly said, "Then can you not enter the Imperial Medical Office?" Then Qingyu was quiet for a while, his tone somewhat cold. "Are you serious?" If this was Lu Wancheng what truly meant behind these words, then they would have gotten to know each other for nothing. Lu Wancheng smiled bitterly and said, "You best pretend I never said anything." On the other side of the mansion, right in front of the servants, Nanan Hu severely reprimanded Liang Shi. Lu Nantou stood by the door waiting for the Nanan Hu to come out of the room, wishing to put a good word in for Liang Shi. Nanan Hu said coldly, "You'd better advise your mother to show and act like this mansion's mistress. Otherwise..." Lu Nantou's heart instantly sank. It was only reasonable that Nanan Hu be so dissatisfied. His son met with mishaps one after the other, and he, as a father, was naturally heartbroken. But life must go on, and the entire Lu family's honor still rested on his shoulders. Liang Shi was his wife, one with a proper title. He could leave the management of the household to his concubine and his daughter-in-law. But when he was outside, Liang Shi still needed to keep up appearances for his sake. Lu Nantou understood his reasons. She tried to patiently persuade Liang Shi to pull herself together. But Liang Shi remained disheartened. "Chao Song is my only son. Now that he is as good as dead, what else can I rely on?" "But won't eldest brother also remain childless? No matter if any of those Yanang give birth to children in the future, or even if father adopts a child from the branch, you will still be their Dimu. How can you say that you have nothing to rely on?" Liang Shi said sadly, What's the use of being a Dimu? Over the years I have not been good enough for Lu Wancheng, and didn't he still turn against me?" Lu Nantou said anxiously, "Then you still have me, your daughter." "A daughter," Liang Shi said with a wry smile. "A daughter will marry sooner or later. How could I rely on her?" "Then it depends on who you marry." Yeah. Lu Nantou's eyes flashed with a bit of conspiracy. "You must have heard this line of poem. Sister and brother divided the land. Pitiful brilliance uplifts the family status. And so, in the hearts of parents all over the world, to wish not for the birth of a son, but the birth of a daughter. If the daughter marries well, does this not bring honor to her ancestors? Just look. Is this not also the case for the current empress?" Liang Shi was stunned, tears still in her eyes. The empress has always been someone she dared be angry at, but dared not speak to. The Empress's younger sister was Nanan Hu's first wife, so naturally she cared not at all for her who was but the second wife. Even her two children were thought nothing of. As for the gifts given to them today, they weren't even a tenth of Wancheng's. For so many years, she has been holding back her anger in her heart. But she was the empress of the palace, and her maternal family was that of Wen Gugong, who was like the sun at high noon. She was left with no choice but to try and curry favor with her. "You're right." Liang Shi straightened her back. "I can't go on like this. Mother wants to find a good marriage for you, and when I do, no one would dare look down on us three." Liu Nantou had already reached the age of marriage, and these past 2 years she had been keeping an eye out for her. Many of the wealthy families in the capital were related by marriage, and the madams of the houses were all acquainted with each other. If she wanted to find a good match for Liu Nantou, she could no longer shut herself away in the mansion. She needed to move around. Perhaps entering the palace to thank the Empress may prove to be an opportunity. The next day, Liang Shi made a full recovery from her illness. She handed in a request to enter the palace, and after receiving the Empress's permission, she sent someone to deliver a message to the Blue Wind Pavilion, asking Lin Qingyu to ready himself to enter the palace with her. Lin Qingyu thought it simply ridiculous. "I, a man, am unexpectedly allowed to visit the harem's palace? It's simply unprecedented." "You can't say that," Liu Wancheng, who was lying on the bed, said. "Those imperial physicians who treat the concubines..." Sorry, that was wrong. "You can't say that," Liu Wancheng, who was lying on the bed, said. "Those imperial physicians who treat the concubines can also enter and leave the harem." Then Qingyu glanced at him. "You sure know how to talk," Liu Wancheng said quietly. "Qingyu, I want to go with you." Then Qingyu thought he wanted to see his aunt and said, "There will be other chances in the future." Given the honorable identity of the master of the palace, people who were sick were not allowed to enter, lest they bring in with them the aura of illness. Lin Qingyu normally dressed very plainly, but when entering the palace to give his thanks, he needed to put on more extravagant clothes. Liu Wancheng watched as Huan Tong tied a jade belt around his waist. He couldn't help thinking that he could circle Lin Qingyu's waist with his 2 hands. By that, he meant using his original hands, of course. Once Lin Qingyu finished getting dressed, the grand Chinese robes appeared not the slightest bit bulky. Rather, it made him appear untainted by the world. The more Liu Wancheng looked at him, the more unease he felt. When Lin Qingyu was about to head out, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Qingyu." "Qingyu, why don't you not go? Just say you've suddenly fallen ill." "I have no objections, but can you give me a reason?" Lin Qingyu always knew that Liu Wancheng was hiding something from him. Liu Wancheng paused and said, "I don't want the crown prince to see you." "Why?" After a moment of hesitation, Liu Wancheng pretended to be all relaxed as he said, "Isn't it because you look too good? I'm afraid that greaseball of a prince might take a fancy to you. Oh, aside from the crown prince, you've got to watch out for the emperor too. Old men like young and beautiful." Lin Qingyu. Seeing Lin Qingyu's expression of, "The fuck I believe you," Liu Wancheng chuckled and said, "Qingyu, I really am afraid. Lin Qingyu was quiet for a while and then said patiently, After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it is the Imperial Hunting Party. Right now, the Crown Prince and all the other princes should be out in the hunting grounds, accompanying the Emperor. I won't run into them. Hearing this, Lu Wancheng felt a little relieved. Are you sure? Even in every year in autumn, his father would be part of the... I had this problem the first time. Every year in autumn, his father would be part of the accompany retinue. This he remembered very clearly. Lu Wancheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then go. Make a good impression in front of the Empress and come back quickly. Hydrate. Holy goodness. This chapter's longer than anticipated. But, if I'm not mistaken, I think we meet one of the future reincarnations. I think. Reincarnations or transmigrations, whatever it is. I really gotta stop holding my breath. Lin Qingyu and the mother and daughter pair shared a carriage to the palace. Oh my god, I love him so much. It was not difficult to see that Liang Shi and Lu Nantou had both dressed up very meticulously. Liang Shi had swept away her former disheartened state. She was dressed in official court clothes, refined, graceful, and poised. Lu Nantou wore smoky blue skirts of silk. She was like a lotus flower just appearing above the water, appearing fresh and clean enough to move those who saw her. The carriage came to a stop at the gate of the palace. They had to go the rest of the way on foot. Lin Qingyu looked up at the plaque high atop the palace gate. A year ago, he never would have imagined that the first time he would be entering the palace would be as a male wife. The three followed after the eunuch who was leading the way to Fengyi Palace. Eunuch Feng, whisk in hand, was there to greet them. Madam, Shaojin, young mistress, you're all here. Please follow the servant in. I don't know about you, but eunuchs are never good. Like, they're always the backstabbing, conniving, evil ones in the background. In the main hall of the Fengyi Palace, Lin Qingyu met the mother of the Dayu, Empress Wen. Interesting name. Empress Wen and Liang Shi were similar in age, though getting on in the years, but the mother of the country, her imposing manner was unmatched by anyone. She invited the three of them to sit, and she exchanged lukewarm greetings with Liang Shi before she turned her focus on Lin Qingyu. With such features and bearing, though he was born ordinary, he did indeed make a good match for her sister's only son. Empress Wen said, I don't know what to give her. I heard that Wancheng's body has improved a lot since you married into the Hu Mansion. It seems my request to the Emperor to bestow this marriage upon you two was not made in vain. Like it was some great favor. In his heart, Lin Qingyu was absolutely disgusted. But he knew that the palace was different from the Hu Mansion, and right now, in front of the Empress, the only thing he could do was to endure. Empress Wen spoke again. Are you the one looking after Wancheng's health now? Lin Qingyu caught a whiff of the unique incense of the Fengyi Palace and said, Yes. Empress Wen nodded approvingly. As expected of the son of Lin Yanpan. Empress Wen's words all revolved around Lu Wancheng. Save for the initial courtesy, she never said a word to the mother and daughter pair. Mother and daughter were left out in the cold, but they had to maintain respectful smiles on their faces. As they were talking, Eunuch Feng came in and reported, "Empress, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is heading towards the Fengyi Palace. He must be coming to pay his respects." Lin Qingyu frowned slightly. Why would the Crown Prince appear in Fengyi Palace at this time? Empress Wen, too, had the same question. Didn't the Crown Prince go hunting with the Emperor? Eunuch Feng said, "The Emperor accidentally caught a cold and returned early." Although the Crown Prince was born by concubine Qian, the Empress was his Dimu, after all. When he returned from going out, he naturally wanted to come to Fengyi Palace first to greet her. Lin Qingyu was not at all afraid of seeing the Crown Prince, but since Lu Wancheng didn't want him to see him, then he wouldn't. Lin Qingyu got up and said, "Since the Crown Prince is here, we shall be taking our leave first." Lu Nantou opened her mouth, as though to say something. Empress Wen nodded in agreement and asked Eunuch Feng to guide them out of Fengyi Palace. Walking out of Fengyi Palace, Lin Qingyu saw a young man with a jade crown on his head and donning dark-colored dragon-patterned robes coming from a distance. He immediately picked up his pace. Lu Nantou, who was with him, said, "Why is sister-in-law in such a hurry to leave? The Crown Prince is right in front of us. Would it not be rude if we don't greet him and pay our respects?" Then Qingyu said coldly, "And you, an unmarried girl, taking the initiative to greet him, would be considered polite?" Lu Nantou was shamed into silence, her face flushing red. And yet, it was as though she had grown roots under her feet, and she was unwilling to take another step. Because of her delay, the Crown Prince had already arrived in front of them, and Lin Qingyu was left with no choice but to salute with Eunuch Feng. "Greetings to your Royal Highness." The prince possessed an outstanding appearance. He was handsome and refined. Moreover, as the heir to the throne, he had a distinguished status. It was no wonder that Lu Nantou had such designs. Towering above them, the Crown Prince looked down at them. His eyes swept past Liang Xi and Lu Nantou, falling on Lin Qingyu. "Who are you? How are you able to visit the imperial harem?" Eunuch Feng said, "Your Highness, this is the Nananhao Mansion's Xiaojun, Lin Yanpan's son, Lin Xi." "Xiaojun." The prince narrowed his eyes. "That male wife?" "Exactly." The Crown Prince said with great interest, "Look up." Lin Qingyu. "Bitch." That doesn't even deserve crickets. "Didn't you hear me talking to you?" "I can't hear you. Go away." Lin Qingyu took a deep breath. Eyes lowered, he slowly raised his head. The Crown Prince caught sight of the teardrop mole at the corner of his eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank, his breathing becoming rapid. Eunuch Feng has been in the palace for many years, and he was accustomed to discerning a person's thoughts from their body language. He reminded quietly, "Crown Prince, the Empress is waiting for you." That was so embarrassing. It was as though the Crown Prince woke up from a dream. He realized his gaffe, but his eyes remained firmly locked on Lin Qingyu. "What is your name?" "Lin Qingyu." Lin Qingyu. The corner of the Crown Prince's lips ticked up, and he said with a half smile, I'll remember you. After saying so, he turned around and entered the Fengyi Palace. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu felt that Lu Wancheng's Qingyu is my entire passion. Do that again. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu felt that Lu Wancheng's Qingyu is my entire passion didn't sound so greasy. Back in the mansion, Lin Qingyu changed out of his fancy clothes and found Lu Wancheng in the bedroom. Lu Wancheng seemed to have been fighting off sleep for a long time. He yawned and said, You're back? Hey, why did you change your clothes? I haven't gotten to see you in it enough yet. I saw the Crown Prince in the palace today. Lu Wancheng was stunned for a moment. Then his sleepiness was swept clear away. How come? Lin Qingyu told him all that had happened at the Fengyi Palace. As Lu Wancheng listened, his eyes gradually became hazy and he leaned back. He whispered, Fuck. Lin Qingyu raised his eyebrows. Is there any problem? The Crown Prince, he... Lu Wancheng pondered for a moment and asked, Greasy? Lin Qingyu nodded. A little bit. Lu Wancheng gave his usual smile. The two of you have met. There's no helping it. Dr. Lin, you are free to do what you want. Leave the rest for others to worry about. That night, Lin Qingyu was woken from his light sleep by a quiet cough. He opened his eyes and saw candlelight behind the screen. He got off the luohan and walked around the screen. He saw Lu Wancheng sitting at the table, dressed in his sleepwear, a coat draped over his shoulders. As he coughed, he was writing something. Seeing him coming, he said, Did I wake you up? Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Lin Qingyu poured him a glass of warm water. It's so late. What are you doing up instead of sleeping? Lu Wancheng stopped writing, pressed his fist to his lips, and let out a couple of coughs. He said, I'm thinking about something. Lin Qingyu looked down and saw several names and two strange symbols written on the parchment. North Region, Xiaoqiang and Shen Huaishi, ? Xiaoji and Little Eunuch. Xiao Li, X, and Empress. Xiaoqiang, Xiaoji, and Xiao Li are the names of the three princes. Lin Qingyu lowered his voice. Wancheng, just what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Qingyu's grave expression, Lu Wancheng smiled and said, I am just writing whatever. Don't worry about it. Saying so, he folded the parchment in half and buried it and burned it using the candle's flame. Intuition told Lin Qingyu that Lu Wancheng wasn't doing something so simple as writing casually. He had a scheme that involved the princes. Why? Lu Wancheng wasn't in the habit of leaving the mansion. Even if the Empress was his biological aunt, he never tangled with any of the forces in the palace. Could it be for the Nananhu mansion? Nananhu was an important minister of the court. He was highly regarded by the emperor precisely because he never involved himself in the political disputes. So long as he kept within bounds, remained loyal to the emperor and to the crown prince in the future, the Nananhu's mansion would continue to prosper. Lu Wancheng didn't need to do anything at all. Then, that's for... Lin Qingyu asked softly, Is it for me? Wancheng was momentarily silent. Half truth and half lie, he said. That's right. Look how good I am to you. I'm one step away from kicking the bucket, and here I am, still worrying about this one last thing for you. One hand dragged his cheek, while the other subconsciously began to turn. Under the radiant candlelight, he directed a smile at Lin Qingyu. That's why this autumn, you have to be gentler with me. You can't act so fiercely with me, okay? Ink stains swirled from the tip of the pen. As Lin Qingyu looked at the dark spots that fell on his bedclothes, he couldn't tell what he was feeling. Okay. Oh, goodness. Oh, deep breaths. There's a lot of stuttering and stopping. We're getting into some actual plot now. There's multiple princes. I didn't know that. And I think it's from this point on that I have not read anything. I think this is all new to me as well. Ghosty, are you still there? Still no? Okay. So this music here, this is my neutral playlist. Or it should be the happy playlist, but it's, yeah, neutral, happy, whatever. And so eventually I want to have it where I have it. So like when it is a sad scene, it goes to the sad music. And when it's an action scene, it goes to the action music. That kind of differences. But figuring out how to do that is very difficult. Oh, excuse me. Oh. All right. Ghosty, would you like to ask your questions, or do you want to do it at the end of stream? It is completely 100% up to you if you is even still here. It says that you're here, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Okay. What is this? That's weird. Okay. All right. I guess we're going to keep going. I guess. Okay. Because I know for fact that chapter 28 is sadness. Not the big sadness, but is sad. So I think we're ready to go into that. Big stretches. Just like big stretches. But yeah, I do regret not doing my warm-up. Okay, we're going to take this music down because it's not neutral enough. Should be fine. All right, let's just get right into her. Okay. Oh, just a sec. What? I really need a hydrate button because I forget that shit all the time. Chapter 26. Do you need help? A spell of autumn and... I'm going to slow it down. The reason that I'm making so many mistakes is that I'm trying to read quickly. And so I'm just going to slow her down. Hope that's okay. Actually, yeah. As soon as I said I'm going to slow it down, my whole body just relaxed. I was really tense for this stream. I don't know why. And also, I just want to check one more thing. I mentioned before that I was going to start doing on Monday evenings instead of Sunday evenings. But in looking at it, it doesn't look like anyone's really on Monday evenings. So I'm not really sure. I don't know. I haven't decided yet as to whether or not I will stay on the Mondays or go to Sundays. Mondays would be fun. I say that. I don't know how tired I'll be on Mondays, but I know that Mondays would end up being a shorter stream and clearly not as many people. So maybe we will stick to Sundays. I don't know yet. Oh, excuse me. Those little burps in my throat are so embarrassing. But they do happen all the time. Okay. For real this time. Chapter 26. Do you need help? A spell of autumn rain and a cold carried away the last trace of summer heat. Before the rain fell in the hall, a large water vat had been placed in the hall. The rain water kept striking the surface of the water. The sound of splashing fell incessantly on the ears. Hua Lu passed by the study and saw that the window was open and that the lamp was still lit. She thought that it was the Xiaojun reading in the study, but when she walked in, she found that it was her family's eldest young master, sitting hunched over the desk. Hua Lu checked repeatedly. She wiped her eyes several times and made sure she wasn't seeing wrong. She asked, "Eldest young master, what are you doing in the study?" Okay, no worries, Ghosty. So, do you want me to hit again at the end of this chapter, or did you want to talk about it now? Up to you. Or do you want to do it at the end of stream? Because I plan on doing this chapter and chapter 27. So it's completely up to you. I'm on here until 10, so. Okay, so do you want to do it now or save it? You know what I'll do is I will, at the end of this chapter, at the end of chapter 26, I'll just go through the general stuff that will help you out to begin with. And if you have any questions, just pipe in. How's that? And I'll cover like mics and getting started. That okay? Okay. Okay. Eldest young master, what are you doing in the study? The eldest young master only ever came to the study to annoy Xiaojun. But right now, Xiaojun wasn't even here. Lu Wancheng said, as though he had nothing left to live for, "I'm solving a problem." Solving a problem? Hua Lu leaned forward and glanced at it. The writing on the paper was a mess. She couldn't understand it anyway. She reached out to close the window, but Lu Wancheng stopped her. "All this thinking is making me dizzy. I want some air blowing in for a bit." That won't do, young master. That won't do, young master. Hua Lu firmly closed the window. Xiaojun said you can't be expected to exposed to the cold wind now. Lu Wancheng dropped the pen and slumped against his wheelchair. "I have a headache. I'm so damn tired. I don't want to think anymore." He has already been thinking seriously for an hour. The high-intensity mental work was really exhausting. It reminded him of the miserable days when he had to muddle through his homework, even though he was already sick of studying. Hua Lu thoughtfully put away the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. If young master is tired, then just go and sleep first. Lu Wancheng looked out the window. The sky was covered by gray clouds, and the autumn rain was drizzling outside. It was indeed weather most suitable for sleeping. He has been diligently working for an hour. It was time to lie down. Lin Qingyu had just changed into his inner robe after having finished his bath. He heard the door open with a creak behind him, and damp, cold wind came rushing in. Lin Qingyu turned around, meeting the eyes of the person who came. He said indifferently, comfortably, the inner robe was made of silk. Oh, sorry. He said indifferently, "You're back." His long hair was only half dried, and it fell on his chest, soaking his inner robe. In order to fit the body comfortably, the inner robe was made of silk, which was easily permeable by water. Although Lin Qingyu was forced to marry, in the end, he was still only 18 years old. His figure was much more slender and a lot less developed than that of an adult man in his 20s or 30s. His body, untainted by even a speck of dust, seemed both hidden and visible under the translucent silk. Wancheng was slightly startled. He then looked away and said, "What kind of bath is taken in the daytime?" Lin Qingyu also knew that the way he was dressed right now wasn't very dignified. He was a little uncomfortable at first, but seeing Wancheng even more uncomfortable than he was made him feel a little more at ease. "Is there any Wancheng rule saying that you can't bathe during the day?" "No, but it's easier for you to get seen if you take a bath during the day." "Bath during the day?" Wancheng teased rather indecently. "See? Didn't I catch you? Are you angry?" Lin Qingyu became calmer. "I'm not angry. You and I are both men and sworn brothers, too. I don't mind." Wancheng covered his chest. "If you mention this word sworn brothers again, I'm going to vomit blood for you to see." Lin Qingyu's eyes flashed. Given Wancheng's current condition, once he vomited blood, it really would be time to prepare his funeral. Fine, I won't mention it." Wancheng instantly had on a very flattered expression. Seeing that his complexion wasn't looking so good, Lin Qingyu helped him into the bed and examined his pulse for him. "It seems you haven't been sleeping very well lately." "Isn't it because of my cough? It would be strange if I could sleep well." Lin Qingyu saw through him, but didn't expose him, simply saying, "People who have been ill for a long time should avoid mental stress. Wancheng, no matter what it is, you have to relax." Wancheng smiled and said, "I will try my best." Excuse me. After the autumn rain, the sky turned clear and bright. Wancheng's condition also took a slight turn for the better. The Liu clan's branch family, after having stayed for a little less than half a month at the Nananhu mansion, was finally leaving. Liu Baishou came especially to the Bluin Pavilion to bid farewell to the two of them, saying that they would be leaving for Linan tomorrow. Liu Baishou was quite emotional. When he had come to the Nananhu mansion last year, Wancheng was not so ill. From time to time, he had been invited to go out and have fun together. On the occasion of his parting, Wancheng had even treated him to the capital's most prestigious Jinshujian. Jinshujian was a restaurant by the river. Their signature Hanyang Muhu, that sounds about right, shocked Liu Baijian. Oh, sorry. Baishan. Different character. Liu Baishu, who had been visiting the capital for the first time. After Liu Baishu returned to Linan, he searched for northern chefs everywhere, trying to recreate that Hanyang Mohu. However, the taste always fell short by that little bit. Lu Wancheng laughed when he heard it. Sixth brother might as well have the words, "Quickly invite me to Jin Shu Shan," written on his face. Liu Baishu said, embarrassed, Where? I was just saying it offhand. But to tell you the truth, I did go to Jin Shu Shan yesterday. However, I was told by the attendant that the private rooms have already been reserved for the next 3 days. Alas, as expected of the capital, I should have gone earlier. Lin Qingyu asked, Did you say that you were a guest of the Nanan Hu's mansion? That I didn't do, Liu Baishan said in surprise. It's just for a meal. Do you have to introduce yourself for that? Lin Qingyu said, In the capital, there are influential officials everywhere. Exalting those above and stamping on those below is common, especially in places like Jinshushan, where nobility and high-ranking officials gather. If you really want to go, you can ask young Master Hu to accompany you. Liu Baishu looked expectantly at Liu Wancheng. Is that all right? Wancheng's condition. Lin Qingyu said, He just needs to be watched over carefully. Recently, Liu Wancheng's thoughts have obviously grown heavy, which was not conducive to recuperation. Hi! Let's see here. Soft-spoken. That's so cute. Oh my goodness, that's hi, hello. Thank you for joining us. We're just in the middle of chapter, what are we on, Ghosty 26? I think, yeah, chapter 26. Yeah. Thank you so much for stopping in. Lovely to have you. He just has to be... Look at his wifey all looking all concerned over him. It's so cute. So cute. Recently, Liu Wancheng's thoughts have obviously grown heavy, which was not conducive to recuperation. Going out to relax a bit wasn't a bad idea. Moreover, if he didn't go out now, Liu Wancheng might not have another chance to go out to relax. Liu Wancheng thought for a while, then asked with a smile, Qingyu, we've never had a chance to go out together to look around, have we? Then Qingyu nodded. Since their wedding, he has only gone out with Liu Wancheng twice. Once to go back to the Lin residence, and the other to Changsheng Temple. The author is a Chinese author named Bika B? Yeah, I think that's right. All of the information and the that was really weird. All of the author, I'll put a link to where the author is. I'll put the links. I would usually put the links in the description, but I'll put the links. Let me see if I can find this one here, because I put them on all the things. La, 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 la. Always love, must support, author, find, buttons. This one. Bam. There you go. Excuse me. Both times they'd ridden in the carriage to get there. It has been a long time since he's seen the prosperity of the capital. Then how about you and I go to Jinshushan for dinner? While we're there, I'll have an order of Huanyang Mo Hu packed to present to sixth brother when we come back. All right. Liu Baishu thanked the two of them, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Lin Qingyu pushed Lu Wancheng out the door. He also thought Huan Tong and several... sorry, just a sec. Sorry. One moment, I need to take a drink. I didn't do my exercise before we started, so I'm getting all tight. Lin Qingyu pushed Lu Wancheng out the door. He also brought Huan Tong and several guards from the Hu mansion with him. At the entrance of the Yongxi street, Lin Qingyu stopped the carriage. It's not far from Jinshu Xiong. Let's walk the rest of the way. Lu Wancheng said, but walking is very tiring. Lin Qingyu was speechless. Would we let you walk? Am I not just concerned that you might grow tired from pushing me? 7 Seas? Not sure on the name, but I know the company. This is not produced yet, or it's not published yet. I know that it's in the works for being published in China, but it does not have an official or any kind of actual translations. This is all done off of a Google translation. So I buy the chapters off of the website that I have posted there, and then it goes through the Google Translate, and then I fix it up as best I can. So it does take a while. So it's not published yet. I would love to see it get published. I would absolutely buy it in a millisecond. If it ever does get published, we have to stop reading. But yeah, no, it's not published yet. 7 Seas is the official publisher so far of quite a lot of Danmei. I know. I'm just saying. I'm excited. Ooh. Oh yes. Well, they haven't announced any new ones. You said then they're going to announce a new one. So they're doing all of Mosheng Tongxu, and then they've got Erha. And I don't know about any others yet, but I'd love to know. Oh, I know. I think I know the one you're meaning of. They might be doing The Wife is First. It will be announcing one. I know that The Wife is First is a very, very popular one. And it recently got its manga coming out, as well as the English manga. So it could be The Wife is First. I know that that's a very, very popular one. I would say it's almost like third down from Erha. Never heard of that. Yeah, it's really sweet. It's really good. Think of, okay, so you've read, I know we're interrupting, but just a sec. You've read Erha, right, Ghosty? So think of Moran, the third version of him, so the good one, okay? So that him going back in time to his first him. Okay, so version 3.0, transmigrating or going back in time into his into his first reincarnation, because the first reincarnation wasn't super bad, but he wasn't nice to Shizun. So yeah, it's really cute. It's really cute. I loved it. And there are two characters that are like mirror images of Wei Ying and Len Zhen. And they come up later, and they're very cute and they're very funny. They also, but those two would kind of remind you of this couple a little bit, in that, well, no, the Lan Zhen character loves the Wei Ying character, and the Wei Ying character is going, it's perfectly normal for us to sleep in the same bed. What do you mean? Why aren't you in your own tent? I guess you can sleep with me. Like, it's very cute. Let me see if I can. I don't know where, but I'll give you the name. And you can just Google that. But yeah, so I think that one is getting an official translation. Actually, I'm like 78% sure that that one's getting an official translation. So that could be the one. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Okay, where was I? Okay, here we go. Am I not just concerned that you might grow tired from pushing me? Lin Qingyu paused and said, "It's fine. No matter what hardship, it was only going to be for 2 or 3 months more." Ah, damn it. Okay. No matter what hardship, it was only going to be for 2 or 3 months more. Lu Wancheng laughed softly and said, "Qingyu, you've been so gentle lately, I'm not used to it." Then Qingyu said indifferently, "And I'm not used to your recent lack of chatter." Lu Wancheng was silent for a while. Then he smiled. "Have I been lately?" Then Qingyu refused to comment and pushed Lu Wancheng into the crowd. At this time, it was still too early to have dinner. All the shops hung their signboards high in front of their door. Hawkers of the stalls called out one after the other. The people passing by included not only ordinary people, but also many well-dressed that marked them as coming from wealthy families. Anyone who the immortal-like beauty pushing the son of nobility in a wheelchair down the street. Oh, I missed that. Anyone who saw them, couldn't help but turn their head to look at them. Fortunately, both of them are used to being the focus of people's attention and didn't think much of it. Huan Tong took a deep whiff and said, "Young master, do you smell roasting chestnuts?" Then Qingyu said, "Go buy some if you want." Huan Tong said happily, "I'll go here." Lu Wancheng also took a sniff. "Why can't I smell it?" Ooh. In severely ill people, it was common for their 5 senses to become blunted. Lin Qingyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's go over here and have a look." The two came to stand in front of a stall. The vendor was selling all kinds of jewelry. Although the materials were cheap, their styles were elegant and varied. There were many novel and special designs. Among them were jade crowns and hair clips that men used to tie their hair. Lu Wancheng thought that Lin Qingyu wanted to buy some jade crowns, so he carefully helped him choose 2. Then Qingyu ignored him and picked up a woman's baiyu. He waited a little and then paid for it. Lu Wancheng asked, Are you going to give that to your mother-in-law?" "No, it's for you." "For me?" Just a sec, I want to see what this is. That's right, we're asking Google Sensei. Okay, images. But he said it's going to be like pencil thin. So it's a hair ornament. We already established that. Maybe something like this? Or like this? I don't know. Oh, maybe like this. I don't know. I don't know. For me, a bio is about the same length as a brush. In the future, whenever you want to fiddle with a brush, just fiddle with this. I don't want to be woken up in the middle of the night and have to change clothes. Lu Wancheng took the bio with a smile, and really did twirl it in his hand. He teased, "No matter how gentle Dr. Lin is, he still remembers his enmities so clearly." As they walked, they finally found themselves at Jinshu. Upon learning that they were... I remember this, okay. Upon learning that they were young master and Xiaojun of the Nan and Hu's mansion, the shopkeeper said no more and immediately ordered someone to take them to a private room. Jinshujian had 2 floors, and the best spot was by the windows on the 2nd floor. Looking out, you were given a view of the river, and looking in, you could see the stage. On the stage were a few entertainers playing the zither, regaling the patrons with music. The sound of the zither was clear and melodious, deep and far-reaching. The woman who played the zither was also elegant and beautiful, charming and graceful. Hearing the music, Huan Tong became very enthusiastic, and seeing the girls, he became even more energetic. He asked Lin Jingyu, "Young master, who do you think looks better, the girl in blue or the one in pink?" Lu Wancheng thought that Lin Jingyu wouldn't answer such a senseless question, but Lin Jingyu said, "They both look good." Lu Wancheng, I seriously need one of these. What'd this bitch say? Seeing the somewhat complicated expression on Lu Wancheng's face, Lin Jingyu asked, "What is it?" "It's nothing," Lu Wancheng said quietly. "I almost forgot that you like women." Lin Jingyu said, "What does this have to do with liking men or women? Everyone knows how to appreciate beauty." Lu Wancheng raised his eyebrows. "Then let's get closer to admire it better?" "All right." Lin Jingyu wasn't interested, but Lu Wancheng wanted to see, so he had no objections. Oh, baby's being so cute, gentle with him. He pushed Lu Wancheng out of the private room, and they stopped beside the railing. With Lin Jingyu standing there, the guests on the 2nd floor all stopped listening to the song. They were also distracted from admiring the women. One by one, they all turned to look at him. Fortunately, they all knew that the guests on the 2nd floor were all wealthy and respected people, and so they dared not look too blatantly. Sitting opposite the 2 of them, separated by a bit of distance, was a man dressed in dark clothes. Lin Jingyu met his gaze, and his eyes instantly turned fierce. Ooh, she met. Lu Wancheng followed his gaze and asked, "Who's that?" "The Crown Prince." Lu Wancheng's lazy eyes suddenly opened. The Crown Prince's name was Xiaojun, and he was the eldest son of the current emperor. Like the Nananhu, the emperor's fate for sons was weak. Even having a harem that numbered in the hundreds, he had had but a scant few sons who'd grown up safely. When finally, after much difficulty, the empress became pregnant and was expected to give birth to a young son, who could have expected that she would give birth to a foolish child? However, no matter how few princes there were, fights for the throne cannot be avoided. Xiaojun and his concubine mother plotted for many years and finally became the winners, entering the East Palace 3 years ago. Xiaojun looked unabashedly at Lin Jingyu. The corners of his lips ticked up, showing great interest. Looking like this at Lin Jingyu, he took a sip from his wine and then summoned the imperial bodyguards, instructing them. Lin Jingyu retracted his gaze and said, "Let's go back in." Lu Wancheng said, "No hurry. We'll just quietly watch him pretend." The guard held the wine cup that Xiaojun had just drank out of. He walked halfway around to the 2 of them and said, "Greetings to young Master Hu, Lin Xiaojun. This cup of wine is being given to Xiaojun by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He hopes Xiaojun would kindly accept." Lin Jingyu glanced at the wine cup, feeling only that it was dirtying his eyes. "There is no need for me to accept. I don't drink." The guard's expression changed, and he said, Lin Xiaojun, with all due respect, do you understand whose wine it is you are rejecting? Not naturally, it's the crown prince's wine, Lu Wancheng murmured. Or was it perhaps the wine of the gods? The guard's expression turned even uglier. Does young Master Hu and Xiaojun really wish to reject His Highness's kindness? Lu Wancheng laughed, and his laughter was chilling. Go back and tell the crown prince. Just tell him. It has been 3 years since Princess Jingchen has been married off to the north. Princess Jingchen? Lin Qingyu remembered the name. The Princess Jingchen was originally a handmaid under the Shangyi Bureau. Because of her beauty and charm, her bright eyes and kindly manner, she was favored by the king of the north, who had come visiting from afar 3 years ago. The king of the north fell in love at first sight with Jingchen, and immediately asked the emperor to allow her to marry him. The people of the Northern Territory was a frontier tribe, and they have had constant disputes with the current dynasty for many years. In order to stabilize the border, the emperor personally conferred the marriage, appointing Jingchen as the princess and betrothed her to the king of the north. He had even asked the crown prince to preside over the two's wedding ceremony to show his sincerity. Oh, that's a bitch move right there. You know that's a bitch move right there. Why was Lu Wancheng mentioning this person in front of the crown prince? The guard was left with no choice but to go back and relay his message. Hearing this, Xiaocheng suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Lu Wancheng's face, as though he could glean some clue from it. But no matter how much he looked, he could see nothing but a sickly seedling with a smile on the corner of his lips. Okay, page break means another sippy. How we all doing? Little check-in? We all good still? I'm going to assume that the silence means yes. Sorry. We're good. Yay! Their group returned to the private room, where Huan Tong said uneasily, Young Master Hu, young master, that was the crown prince, the future emperor. Offending him like that, will he have our heads chopped off in the future? Lu Wancheng said to deliberately scare him. It's very possible. But by then, I would already be long underground, and he wouldn't be able to cut off my head. Huan Tong was about to cry from fright. Young Master Hu! Lin Qingyu suddenly said, Indeed. That's why you shouldn't have to worry about this matter. Lu Wancheng was momentarily silent. He then said lazily, All right, I shall listen to Dr. Lin. After this incident, the two of them were no longer in any mood to play. They quickly ate dinner and returned to the mansion with an order from... Oh God, this always gets me. With an order from Hun Yang Mo Hu. After staying out for half the day, Lu Wancheng was already exhausted. After washing up, he lay on the bed to rest. It was still early and Lin Qingyu didn't feel at all sleepy, so he headed to the study. He has taken quite an interest in fragrances lately, and he has been trying to recreate the incense he smelled in Fengyi Palace that day. Ooh, Oh, I bet you boys learned how to put some poison in that. I loves him. Soft-spoken, just FYI, so you know, our lynching you is a doctor who's really good at poisons. And we loves him for it. I got the feeling. I just know he's going to use that against them. Suddenly, it started to rain outside. Amidst the hazy night rain, Lin Qingyu suddenly caught sight of a figure outside the window. Lin Qingyu opened the window to see Lu Wancheng, cloak draped over his shoulders, holding on to the window edge. His long hair was scattered, and he was short of breath, as if he had taken all his strength to walk all the way from the bedroom to here. Lin Qingyu was stunned. "Why are you? Where are the servants?" Lu Wancheng sidestepped the question. "I can't do it." "What?" "I can choose not to care about other things, and I don't feel like caring about them either. But this matter, I can't just not worry about it." Lu Wancheng looked at him and said solemnly, "You were born to reach high as a mountain. Even if you keep on doing evil things, I can never allow you to be reduced to mere nothing." Lin Qingyu's eyes opened wide. The cold air invaded his body, and Lu Wancheng was overcome with a heart-rending coughing fit. As if he could no longer keep standing, he slowly slipped against the wall. Lu Wancheng quickly walked out of the study and shielded him from the wind, and ran with the wind and rain with his body. "Stop talking and get into the room first." Lu Wancheng grabbed his arms and murmured in a low voice, "That's why I must find out the best solution that will take care of this problem, once and for all." Then Qingyu grew silent. He had never seen a Lu Wancheng before. He had never seen such a Lu Wancheng before. It was as though he were tied down by shackles he couldn't break free of. He was completely different from the young man who was leisurely whistling on the porch that day. He had always disdained Lu Wancheng for being too lazy, too big-hearted to care about anything. But now, instead, he hoped that Lu Wancheng could spend what little time he had left as simple and unthinking as before. After an unknown length of time, Lu Wancheng's grip suddenly tightened, breaking the silence. "Qingyu." Then Qingyu said, "I'm here." "I think..." A darkness flashed in Lu Wancheng's eyes, sharp and deep. But in the end, he was ill after all, and his face remained pale. His mouth reeked of blood, and his lips were as red as blood. "I want Xiao Cheng's life." Lin Qingyu's chest grew slightly hot. He turned his hand over and held Lu Wancheng's trembling wrist. He said warmly, "Do you need help?" It's good. Holy goodness. That's intense. So, from that line, "I want Xiao Cheng's life," does he mean, because there are two options to that, does he mean that he wants to take Xiao Cheng's life as he wants to kill him or him killed, or does he mean that he wants to transmigrate into Xiao Cheng and have his life that way? Thank you so much, Soft Spoken. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. That's very cool. Yay! I love that little ding. Ding, 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 ding. So yeah, that's my question. Does he mean... Oh, that's awesome. Do you have your own channel? Because we'll all follow you back. This is what we do. We like to aggressively support in this channel. And by aggressively, you will take our love, damn it. Oh, there's something about, I know for sure I'm not aggressive. No, Ghosty, that's true. It's allowed in different ways. So, if the works are, so if you're reading something where the not the patent, what's the I can't remember, the license, where the license has run out, you can absolutely read that, which is majority of classics. So classics such as, exactly, yes, public domain. So Pride and Prejudice, Moby Dick, Sherlock series, all those, right? They're public domain. You can also read works. You can also read works that have not yet been published. So unpublished works such as fan fiction, such as Danmei. This upsets me. Ghosty's being sarcastic right now because whenever I leave the chat to go and do something, especially to get my Yui here, who you see in the thing, he's my real dog, Ghost tries to take over. So don't believe them. I've been playing games on my channel, but I would prefer to read. You absolutely can. Absolutely, you 100% can. It's all a matter of what you read. Ghost needs a hug. Ghost needs a straitjacket. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was because my thing was because a ghost has a habit of taking over the chat when I'm not here with arson. So my thing is, how do I? What do you? Come here, go up your straitjacket. Aw, straitjacket with love. But yes, soft spoken, you absolutely can read on your channel, 100%. For instance, if you go on to Archive of Our Own and you find an original work, you can read on there. With the Danmei, you have to find ones that aren't yet published or don't have an English translation, or have an English translation, but the translators will allow you to use theirs. Some of the translators won't allow you to use theirs because them doing the translating is technically not allowed either. But as I said, this one here, I'm purchasing the chapters from the author, using the Google Translate to translate it, and then fixing it up as best I can. That's why you'll find so many errors in this, because I is in no way perfect. Thanks for no touching the ghost. Ghost is very ghost-like. That was very shittily done. But yeah. Project Gutenberg. Yeah. And you can always reach out to the authors. I've met, actually, I know quite a few authors who they're more than happy to have you read a few of their chapters because it acts as like free publicity for them. Ghost just ghosted me. Every channel, you're the only one who finds it weird. No, I just consider you mine and only mine. I don't need to know who you're cheating on me with, Ghost. I don't need to know. But yeah, soft spoken. If you have any questions, oh. Narrators go, am I aggressive? A little bit. Yeah. I can be. I can be. Or Ghost throws out little tidbits that should not be offensive to everyone, and I jump all over them. Poor Ghosty. But then they try to take over my stream, so I feel like it's fair. Okay, excuse me. I think this is moving at a really good pace. Yeah, sorry, I muted that. I was blowing my nose. Sorry, that was me. You'll notice my character does weird things. I did to turn it off because it gross sounds. Um, I think we're moving along pretty well with this. I think there may be some tears in this chapter. Yay. Because soft spoken, I don't know if you know this, but this this is going to bring us some pain. I just stare at you sometimes. Stare. Maybe that's what I should put in my soundboard. I have a soundboard all ready to go when I become an affiliate. So many. No, it is a romance. Oh, do you mean like a sexy romance with all the exes? We don't know yet. I have no idea. I have officially no idea what happens past this chapter here. Or this chapter forward. I have no idea. I have not read this far. So far, Lin Qingyu and Lu Wancheng are in essentially an arranged marriage, and yeah. Well, it's funny because both characters insist that they're not gay. However, emotionally, they are very much together, and they treat each other as husband and wife. But yeah, so like Lin Qingyu is very distant with everyone, but he's found kind of a kindred soul in Lu Wancheng, who Lu Wancheng's like, if you're going to do anything bad, just let me in on it. Let me be there to support you and protect you from it. You can do what you want. Just let me know. So there's a really solid love and camaraderie, and they're very solidly a couple within this. But they still, well, you would have heard it, Lin Qingyu saying the sworn brothers bit. That's him taking a dig at Lu Wancheng, because Lu Wancheng's like, fine, if we can't be husband and wife, we can be sworn brothers. And Lu Wancheng's like, this bitch, really? So, I love Lin Qingyu. Like a boss. He is awesome. All right, so I'm going to continue on with chapter 27 because I think we're doing pretty darn good. Now you say it could be fairly tame because we're on chapter 27. There are 140 chapters. Those are very long, so I wouldn't be surprised if I these. Exactly. Yeah, 140 chapters. I do expect us to get some point at something at some point. Please continue. Okay. Oh, just a sec. I got a cough. 1 sec. Ghosty says begrudgingly. Yeah, you promised me. I promised after this chapter. I know I did. I said that we would do it after when I finish the stream. 27 is where we're ending this, and then we will get on to the voice actor and audiobook and the mic help. 100%. I'm not forgetting you. Chapter 27. So annoying. I want to be handsome in front of you. Not stream? What? Ghosty, are you giving me shit right now? We're only 2 hours into a usually 3.5 hour stream. We got time. The crown prince, the heir apparent to the throne, the future emperor. Wanting his life was tantamount to regicide, to treason. If they were exposed, apparently it is his life and death-wise. If they were exposed, their entire families would be executed as punishment. There were only the two of them, a man who is seriously ill and dying, and a male wife trapped in the inner courtyard. Even having an audience at the slow it down. Even having an audience at the palace was not an easy matter, let alone gaining entry into the East Palace located deep within, and to the side of the Crown Prince who had shadow guards following him everywhere. Perhaps they were merely striking a stone with an egg, following a path that led to their own destruction. But Lu Wancheng wanted Xiao Chang's But Lu Wancheng wanted Xiao Chang dead, and he also wanted Xiao Qing dead. So they were going to do it. The maids of the previous dynasties were able to assassinate the emperor in his sleep, so why couldn't they take the life of a mere prince? Before that, Lin Qingyu had never thought about attacking the prince. At most, he'd been entertaining thoughts of going against the empress. The prince had nothing to do with the marriage, and thus wasn't on his list for revenge. But offering that half-drank cup of wine at Jin Xiu Shan today had truly disgusted him. As a man, he naturally knew that He naturally knew what the crown prince meant by the way he looked at him. Bitch. Being married to Lu Wancheng as a male wife was one thing, but for someone to dare to seize him by force, even if that someone were the heir apparent to the throne, this was something he could never tolerate. Lu Wancheng was still alive, so Xiao Chang wouldn't do something excessive for the sake of Nanan Hu's honor. Once Lu Wancheng died of illness, Xiao Chang would most likely set his designs upon him. Rather than sitting still and waiting for death, it was better to gain the initiative by striking first. On the surface, he was helping Lu Wancheng, but in reality, Lu Wancheng was helping him. Feeling the warmth in Lin Qingyu's hands and the faint smell of books on his body, Lu Wancheng's breathing gradually calmed down. For a while, apart from the sound of wind and rain, the two of them could only hear each other's breathing. It was then that Hua Tong, having found the bedroom door open and young Master who should have been sleeping dead to the world on the bed, missing, with the wheelchair still in the room, ran, panicked and agitated, to the door of the study to find the two of them. Huan Tong breathed out a sigh of relief and asked, "What is young Master Hu doing in the study? You didn't even take the wheelchair." Then Qingyu calmed down and said to Lu Wancheng, "You mustn't catch a chill. I'll carry you back to the room." In Lu Wancheng's previous life, plotting and killing for his property was something that would never have been possible. He was still immersed in the turbulent emotions of having made a firm resolution. When he heard this sentence, and his emotions instantly became even more turbulent. But the way it was turbulent had changed. He said incredulously, "You'll carry me?" Lu Wancheng was so sickly and that although Lin Qingyu had never trained, because he was still a healthy man, walking a few steps with Lu Wancheng in his arms wouldn't be that much of an effort. Lin Qingyu grabbed Lu Wancheng's arm and pulled it over his shoulders. "Hold tight." "And a princess carry?" Lu Wancheng suddenly pulled his hand back. No. I can walk back by myself." Lin Qingyu knew at a glance that Lu Wancheng's useless male ego was rearing its head once again. By the time you make it back by yourself, the sun would have been breaking out of the horizon. That evening, when he walked all the way from the bedroom to the study, Wancheng hadn't felt much of anything. But now he realized that he really didn't have even a drop of energy left. It was difficult even to just stand up. He was forced to compromise. Then let Huatong carry me back. He's just jealous that he can't carry his wife. In the bedroom, the doors and windows were closed to keep out the wind and rain. Huatong waited upon Wancheng to change out of his rain-soaked sleepwear. Wancheng lay on the warm and dry bed, his face still as pale as paper, and there was a fishy smell in his mouth. Lu brewed some ginger tea. With a look of disgust on his face, sorry, ginger tea is just awful. With a look of disgust on his face, Wancheng finished it all off. He had Huatong and Lu retreat, leaving only him and Lin Qingyu in the room. Bless you. I don't know where that came from, but okay. Lin Qingyu had only gone over to the study after he had heard Lu say that she had seen young master fast asleep. This being the case, Wancheng must have woken up from his sleep and then heedlessly rushed to the study. Lin Qingyu sat on the side of the bed and asked, "Did you have a nightmare?" "You know even this?" Wancheng's tone returned to his usual relaxed and comfortable tone. "I had a nightmare and was scared to death." "About what?" Wancheng didn't speak, just looked at him silently, as if confirming that the person in front of him was truly whole and intact. After a while, he smiled and asked, Just now, was I really ugly? Did I cut a sorry figure?" Then Qingyu told the truth. "You did cut a sorry figure, but you weren't ugly." With Wancheng's temperament, even if his face were to be ruined, he probably wouldn't ever be that ugly. Wancheng said with a tss, "How annoying. I wanted to look cool in front of you." Having stayed with Wancheng for a long time, Lin Qingyu had gradually learned to adapt to the unfamiliar words Wancheng would just suddenly spout out of nowhere. He deduced that Wancheng wanted to express according to the context of the speech. The word cool must mean something along the lines of being confident and outstanding. Then Qingyu said, "I thought you were very cool just now." Wancheng was startled. He very slowly slipped into his bed, grabbed the quilt, and covered his face. After this night, the ones conspiring to do bad things in the study changed from one person to two. Just a sec. I need one of my magic cough drops. Magic lozenges. As anyone here, if you're planning on being a voice actor or narrator, you're not supposed to ever narrate with candy in your mouth. Just FYI, so you know. Do not do what I'm doing. Okay. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Lin Qingyu's understanding of Xiao Cheng was limited to their 2 meetings, and his impression of him could be summed up in one word: greasy. Although Wancheng was nominally Xiao Cheng's cousin, he had little contact with him because he was confined to his bed all the year round. But Wancheng seemed to be very familiar with Xiao Cheng. especially regarding his personal affairs and details. Lin Qingyu asked Lu Wancheng to list all the things he knew about Xiaocheng. Lu Wancheng thought back for a long time and said, Xiaocheng's common facial expressions are 1. Lips tucked up with a sneer. 2. With a smile that is not quite a smile. 3. Tongue against his cheek. It's as if the gaps between his teeth are stuffed with leeks. When he speaks, he mostly does it slowly and unhurriedly, remaining calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. Whenever there is a disagreement, he likes to hold people by their chin and say, Lu Wancheng lowered his voice deliberately, imitating Xiaocheng's tone. Look at this goo. Lin Qingyu. How do you know all this? Outside, he is the resolute, ruthless, and unfeeling His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. But in front of his beloved, his eyes turn warm. His voice is low and hoarse as he says, Kiss me, and I will give you my life and the country. It's so fucking greasy. He could open a shop selling grease, the very pinnacle of greasy. Lin Qingyu. By the way, he also has a fondness for giving nicknames to people he likes. People obviously have names, but he doesn't use them. He amuses himself by calling others child, little sister, little brother. Lin Qingyu interrupted. Enough. Can't you say something useful? Lu Wancheng smiled and said, I've already said the most useful thing. Lin Qingyu thought for a while. Princess Jingshun? Lu Wancheng snapped his fingers. Such quick wits you have. Actually, it's a very cliché story. Xiaocheng and Jingchun met in the palace when they were young. They were childhood friends, innocent playmates. But she was just a nishi. How could she possibly be qualified to be the prince's wife? So the two could only communicate in secret. Later, the king of the north took a fancy to Jingchun, and the emperor sanctioned their marriage. At that time, Xiaocheng wasn't yet the crown prince, and for the sake of the emperor, he dared not to let out a peep. That is to say, he didn't dare be rash, and he could only watch as Jingchun was married and taken far away. Since then, he could only look for Jingchun lookalikes for comfort. Lin Qingyu asked, Since the relationship between the two is a secret, how did you find out? Lu Wancheng said, Naturally I have my sources. Just believe me. Then how am I like Jingchun? The eyes. There's also a mole under Jingchun's left eye. Many of Xiaocheng's maids and attendants more or less look like Jingchun. Lin Qingyu said, So as long as I destroy my eyes, Xiaocheng will lose interest in me? Maybe, Lu Wancheng said. But you shouldn't do that. I like how your eyes are now. Of course not, Lin Qingyu sneered. Even if I don't care about my face, I don't want to hurt myself for that son of a bitch. What was the use of dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy at the cost of 800 to yourself? What he wanted was to remain unscathed as he watched the other suffer all kinds of torment. To prefer death over living, to beg for mercy in pain. That's a bit dark there. Bit dark. Xiaocheng has a deep affection for Princess Jingchun, who'd be married off far away. What can they do with this? The two were lost in thought. Not long after, a maid from the Sleeping Moon Pavilion came to see Lin Qingyu, saying that she had something to report. After Lin Qingyu summoned her in, she said, "Early this morning, the madam took the second young lady out of the house and didn't come back until towards the evening. Yanang asked me to find the groom, and I found out that the madam and the young lady had already gone to the palace, and they'd brought with them a lot of generous gifts. Then I went to the manager of the storeroom, and the manager said that the madam hadn't taken anything from the storeroom. In all likelihood, those gifts came from the madam's own dowry."
I understand, Lin Qingyu said. Go back and thank Yanang on my behalf. She was very attentive.
For their first visit to the palace this time, Liang Shi and Lunan Tao obviously didn't want to draw attention to themselves. It hasn't been that long ago since the last time the three of them went to the palace together to pay their respects and thank the Empress. Moreover, the Empress had given mother and daughter the cold shoulder. Were they visiting the palace this time to garner the Empress's favor? After Lin Qingyu expressed his thoughts, Wancheng said,
It's already been a year or two since Liang Shi's married to Nanan Hu. If she could win the favor of the Empress, she would have already won it. So why did she have to wait until now?
Lin Qingyu nodded in agreement.
It's not for the Empress. Then it must be for someone else. In the palace, the Empress is not the only mistress.
For a woman to enter the palace, aside from going to Fengyi Palace, she could also occasionally go to pay her respects to the favored concubine. The two looked at each other and said at the same time,
Chen Guifei.
Lin Qingyu recalled how Liang Shi and Lunan Tao looked at the crown prince in Fengyi Palace that day. Therefore, Liang Shi, who'd lost the trust of her husband, lost the stewardship of the mansion, had her son rendered impotent, seeing that life in the Hu mansion was getting unbearable, decided to look for a backer outside. The Empress was displeased with her status as the second wife and wouldn't help her. In the harem, apart from the Empress, the most powerful person was the biological mother of the crown prince, Chen Guifei. Nanan Hu has always been overly cautious in court. He came and went alone and never participated in any party disputes. If he knew that Liang Shi was privately courting Chen Guifei, he would definitely be furious. So they only dared to go quietly. The Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, the Empress Fengyi's Palace, Chen Guifei's Chengel Palace, and Liang Shi and Lunan Tao.
Wancheng, Lin Qingyu said slowly. I want to visit the Lin residence.
Wancheng said without even having to think about it.
All right, when? Now. You and I will go together.
Just as Lin Qingyu was about to refuse on the grounds that his condition would make it difficult to go out, he heard Wancheng say,
I just want to... I was just thinking of asking father-in-law to help me see how much time I have left.
Lin Qingyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Wancheng's condition was quickly about to go out of his control. No matter how talented he was, he really no longer knew what to do. In the world, there were only two people he knew whose medical skills surpassed his own: his teacher and his father. The prescription he used to extend Wancheng's life was given by his father. Father might have other ways to buy Wancheng more time. I see pain on the horizon. Among the wealthy families, The wife would need to get the approval of the madam if she wished to bring her husband back to her parents' house. Now, apart from Nanan Hu, Lin Qingyu was the one in charge of the household. He didn't need to ask anyone to go wherever he wished. However, since he wanted to take Wancheng to stay at the Lin residence for a few days, he would still need to symbolically obtain Nanan Hu's consent. Saying that he wanted to take Wancheng back to the Lin residence for treatment, Nanan Hu, knowing that Lin Panyan's medical skills were unmatched, naturally nodded in agreement. So Lin Qingyu took Wancheng along with Huan Tong and Hua Lu back to the Lin residence. His trip home this time was very sudden, giving his parents and younger brother a great surprise. Lin Qinghe still remembered Wancheng, the big brother who he'd only met once. With the innocence of a child, he said, "Wancheng, you've lost a lot of weight." Mother Lin's expression changed slightly. Wancheng smiled while sitting in his wheelchair. "And Xiao Qinghe has grown a lot taller." Lin Qinghe was so shy that he hid behind his mother. After all, these two were brothers. Lin Qinghe and Lin Qingyu looked quite similar. Looking at him, Wancheng had the pleasure of looking at a small version of Lin Qingyu. Mother Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You came back just in time. If you were even a bit late, your father would have already left."
Left?
Lin Qingyu looked at Father Lin.
"Where is father going?"
Father Lin said,
"To Yonglang."
Yonglang is located in the northwest of the Deu and borders Xixia. Xixia was originally a vassal of Daiyu, but in recent years they've grown year by year, and were now entertaining thoughts of rebelling, or shaking off the Daiyu's control and taking its place. Lin Qingyu asked,
"The northwest border is a battlefield. Why would father be going to Yonglang at this time?"
Father Lin looked grave.
"Half a month ago, General Gu was unfortunately struck by a poison arrow on the battlefield. After they removed the arrow, the residual poison refused to clear from his body. The military doctors and the famous doctors in Yonglang were helpless in the face of this situation. A report to His Majesty stated that General Gu was getting weaker and weaker due to the residual poison. I'm afraid that if this situation goes on, his future would be bleak. The Emperor ordered me to leave immediately, to rush to Yongliang without stopping to diagnose and treat General Gu."
Wancheng was dying himself, and naturally he couldn't bring himself to care about the lives of others.
Yongliang is so far away from the capital. Even if you were to travel without stopping, it would take at least half a month. Won't it be too late by then?
Father Lin sighed lightly.
"We will have to hope that the heavens look kindly upon General Gu."
As his son, Lin Qingyu selfishly did not want his father to go to a place of war at this time. However, it is not everything under the heaven the Emperor's land. As the people of the Deu, they will have to spend their whole lives bowing their heads to imperial power. Moreover, General Gu was also a person worth saving. Lin Qingyu said,
"Then all I can ask is for father to be careful, and to, by all means, take care of yourself."
Okay. That's it. So that was chapter 27, 4 chapters as promised in under 3 hours. It's crazy how quickly I can get through things. I'm going to pause for just a sec because I have to go and pick up Yui. Just one moment. I have to see if Yui's ready to come in. One sec. Okay, no, we're good. We're back. Yui's not coming in yet. Alrighty, so that was it. I know for a fact that there is pain at the end of this chapter 28, so we are going to wait. So, once again, soft spoken, if you would like to join us again for future chapters, I stream every Monday and Wednesday evening. Wednesday evenings usually start at 8. I think we're going to keep it at 8, but yeah, usually Wednesdays at 8 and then Mondays at 7. I don't know if I'll continue doing Mondays at 7 or if I'll do Sundays. I don't know. Oh, fireworks. Sorry. Someone somewhere in the neighborhood is lighting off fireworks. It is currently our Canada Day weekend, and it's also known as Victoria Day or May 24 weekend, all those things. So, fireworks. Okay. Ghosty, are you still here? I will wait you out. Okay. So, even if Ghosty has left, Ghost Wanderer was asking questions in our Discord about wanting to do the voice acting thing and wanting to do the narration thing. Now, I touched on this a little bit a few streams ago. Oh, that's right. I went to the wrong screen too quickly. So let me pull this back up here and go back over to this. Okay. So Ghosty was asking about different microphones and what microphone they should get if they're interested in doing the voice acting thing. And my question to them was, well, are you going to do you want it for voice acting or do you want it for streaming? Because those are two very different mediums and for which you can use the same or different microphones. I chose to get a secondary microphone so that I didn't have to constantly move around my old or my regular setup. For those of you who don't know, once again, I do a little bit of voice acting, but my main thing is narration. I am a published audiobook narrator, and I also have my own audio fan fiction podcast. And so I have a professional setup. I have a small home studio that's actually right behind me, for which I do all of my recording. But it's a big pain in the butt to take my professional mic out of its stand, out of its holder, all that stuff, all the cords, bring that over here into the front of the computers and that, because where my original microphone is in a little soundproof booth. So moving them is too much trouble. So my the microphone that I have, let's see here, NT1A. So this is the one that I have. Let me see if I can have it on Amazon. Okay. So this is the one that I currently own. This was my upgraded version. I didn't start with this one. This is my upgraded one. Keep in mind that this price is on the Canadian site. It will be different on the American site. But that being said, what you want to look for in any microphone that you're going to use for professional is you want it to have a condenser. Or sorry, not cardioid. So this is the cardioid, and this is the large diaphragm. The diaphragm is this circly bit. See this in here? This is a diaphragm that as your voice hits it, it vibrates and it creates the sound. Where you get better or worse mics comes from the materials used within that diaphragm and also the technology within the microphone. So this is a good one. It's a great second tier, I would say. Yeah, so I'm assuming Ghosty is gone too, but they will kill me if they can't at least come back and watch this. So I'm putting it out there. And they had a bunch of questions. So I always want to, no one ever helped me when I was trying to figure this out. So I always want to help whoever I can if you have questions. But what you want to look for in a good studio microphone is you want a large diaphragm cardioid condenser mic. This word here means that the way that this sound functions within the mic is where it's all about where the mic picks up the sound from. And so the cardioid, it comes in, it's named that because it comes out almost in the shape of a heart. But it makes it so that it's, if I want to go to the side and speak, it'll pick it up. If I go to the other side to speak, it'll pick it up. The one that I'm using right now is a different microphone. The one that I'm currently using right now is called the Beacon mic, and it's a shotgun mic, but it's a shotgun condenser mic, which is very awkward. All that means is that a shotgun mic only picks up what is in front of it. It also has a very different sound to it, a slightly deeper sound, a more almost radio-like sound. Whereas the this one, the cardioid large diaphragm mic, sounds more natural. So if you're using different voices, if you're using different effects, such as yelling across the room, and you're leaning back to get those effects, those will work much better on that microphone than a shotgun. The shotgun microphones are made to be able to take sound from farther away and make it sound close and audible and good. But it also can muddy it up a little if you don't know what you're using. The next thing you'll need, once you get any kind of microphone, so see down, I wish I could point. Let me pull this up. It's here. Okay. There. See this bottom bit down here? This screw bit? You're going to need a different kind of cord. This is not a USB microphone. So the one that I'm currently using right now is a shotgun microphone and is a USB microphone, meaning it plugs directly into my computer. It has a furry pop filter. And USB is fine. Nowadays, they work really well. Would I recommend you submitting an audiobook for publishing on a USB mic? I really wouldn't, just because it gives you more with having one of these kind of mics, the XLR connector. It puts it into an audio interface, and then that audio interface allows you to check your levels and have a lot more control over it. Now, don't get me wrong, nowadays, like I myself am using a mixer for my stream, and it allows me to do very similar things. But I still find that the quality is very different. Let me pull this up. I'm going to take you to my professional site and show you what I'm working with. This is an old version of my studio, just FYI, so don't at me. It doesn't look like this anymore. Next thing you're going to need, there it is. You're going to need an audio interface. You'll notice this here, it says USB audio interface, but that's not USB. So this is your XLR cable. So if you're going to be doing, now this is only if you're doing it professionally. This is not for streaming. You do not need to hop the line for streaming because you're streaming into your computer. Your computer will help you figure it out. This is only for your professional grade. Exactly. So the XLR goes into this. This allows you to control all your levels, your inputs, your outputs, and all that. And then it goes into the USB and turns it into the digital signal. What else does she need? You will want a booth. Now, it does not have to be a booth. You can't see it, but I'm doing bunny ears. The quotes, booth. I actually use Adobe Audition. I love my Adobe Audition. I actually switched over from my original program, which was, I think, the Sony SoundForge. But let me just open up. Let's see here. So this is my most recent episode from my Serdd's audio fan fictions. My favorite thing about Adobe Audition, now it's a copyrighted version, so I'm not paying for it anymore. I got in with this one before they cut that off. But why are you freezing? There it goes. That's going the wrong way. My favorite is being able to see and adapt and change these waveforms. I know that a lot of people use Audacity and it's very, very good. I just found the results to certain filters not as crisp as I would like them. Now, in saying that, I actually use 2 programs. So I will record and do the main edits in Adobe. And then once they're finished, I will pick up. I got myself this for Christmas. It's the Isotope RX9 audio editor. And it's magic. Magic. This is the one where I will then input the final cuts or the final episode into this, and it will take out all of my, I don't know if you can see here, but the decrackle and the mouth sounds, mouth clicks. Those are my 2 biggest drawbacks, and I know that about my voice. I also have a problem with plosives, but there's a really little trick to getting rid of plosives in your editing that doesn't require any of this, and you'll come across them anyways, and they're very, very easy. Which I could also do a little thing on that on how to get rid of plosives, but even how to spot plosives. But yeah, so let me see. I don't know how loud this will be. So you'll notice that the tone is very, very different. I don't know if you'll notice because I can't hear what you hear. But when I've gone back to test them, I found that this microphone here that I'm using is just that little bit muddier. It's a little deeper. It sounds more intimate. It sounds a lot closer. Whereas with my professional mic, I feel like it sounds like I've stepped back a bit, which is what you want when you're listening to this in different ways. So if you're listening to this through headphones or when it goes through the production's processing, that will get you. That is a pain in the ass. Another thing, because they asked about it, may need to be, oh, yum, okay. Let me just, okay, let me pull that up again. Oh, did I close it? I closed it. Okay, let me pull this up here. No, it says it's coming through. Can you not hear that? That's really weird. All of my levels say that it's functioning. Weird. Oh, fireworks. I can hear your mic, but not the AU file. That's really weird. That's so weird. Okay, once more. That's really blinking weird. I don't know why it's not picking that up. That's so weird. Yeah. That's so stupid. Oh, wait, no. I do know why. I do know why. Yeah, that's right. No, that should work. Anyways, that's gonna really bug me. I'll figure that out later. Okay. Next, I keep getting this question. A lot of people ask me this. How did you get started on doing audiobooks? This is where I got my start. It is called ACX. It is the Audiobook Creation Exchange. It is not what I would call top tier, but it is a great way of getting into the business, cutting your teeth on production, on how to produce your own audiobooks. And it's very easy. It's completely inclusive. So this is where I got my first start. And when I had no business producing any audiobooks because I was complete crap at it. But this is where a lot of authors will give you a chance. And it's a great way to go about it. So all you'll do with this, what you do with this is you'll log in. It is just, I don't know if they've changed it yet. When I first signed on to this, I still lived in Canada and they were only taking American narrators, voice actors, whatever you want to call it. And so I lied about where I lived and got a tax number and yeah, I got in. So I don't know if they have yet opened it up to all nationalities, but I know for sure it's US and I think they may have opened it up to Canada. I'm not sure. But let's go to I'm way over here. I'm gonna search. So you're gonna go into search. You want titles accepting auditions. This is where you go. And this is what you'll see. Within this search, you're going to search for what you want to start with. When you're going into this, it helps if you've practiced and you know your voice. Can I, as a female speaker, read an entire book in a male voice, believably, and so not to the point where I'm hurting myself? Can I read for long times and get it done? Can I read let's say a 15-hour book? So 15 times 2 is actually how long it will take you. Can I read that without getting bored, with excellent production for all of it? So, and am I going to do it in any kind of specific styles? Does it need an accent? Is it fiction, nonfiction? How quickly do I read? That's a really, really big one. Is when you're going about, and even some voice acting sites will ask you this, what is your word per minute? Let me take you to another resource. I use this all the time. So Edge Studio is a fantastic voice actor audio production studio in New York. Great people there. They're awesome. Actually, if you Google Edge Studio, they sometimes I think they still have them. I don't know if, or they may not after COVID, but before they had classes that you could take both virtually and in person. They have classes, they have, uh, what is it? They have monologues, things for you to practice with, all that. Edge Studio has amazing resources and is an absolute friend for narrators and voice actors. So I very highly recommend Edge Studio. You'll come down to this, say, I know the number of words in my script, I want to copy paste my script, or I know the average words per line, blah, 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 blah. I usually copy paste. It's going to give you the best options. With that, so let's say I know the number. All right, what is your number? Make up a number, 22,589, 22,000. Average fic, right? Okay. Then it brings you down to this. You do not necessarily charge per word, but you can, sorry, that's wrong. Hey, Samara, we finished. We finished 4 chapters. So when you're doing voice work, if you're doing, say, a commercial, something like that, you can charge per word. Absolutely. If you're doing narration, audiobooks, that kind of thing, you're going to charge per finished hour, which is a bitch. And I'll explain why. So say the average person reads about 3 words per second. I myself don't. I'm a slower reader. I know that I read about 2.5 words per second. So this 22,000 will give me, per finished hour, around 2 hours, 30 minutes, 35 seconds. That is what I would ballpark my fee for. Now, if we go over to ACX and we choose compensation, this PFH is per finished hour. I know, I'm a little out of breath. But it's okay. You didn't miss any of the pain yet. The pain starts on chapter 28, I think. So you can tune in on Wednesday. And also this will be going right up on YouTube after this, so you can catch up. So when you're first starting out, what I would recommend, if you have never done an audiobook before, even if you've done voice work, if you have never done an audiobook before, I would recommend, for your peace of mind and for the author, go with a royalty share. My reason for that, you will not get paid for this. Okay, royalty share means you're getting cents off of the dollar off of cents. Cents off of cents off of the dollar. You're getting pittance for this, just nothing. But the reason that is that because when you're doing royalty share, you're not taking anything away from the author or the production. And because you're a first-time narrator, they're more likely to choose you if you offer for royalty share. Now, they may straight up say, I want to pay you for it. Then you take the fucking money and run. But for your first one, because if you don't know yet how to produce, you don't necessarily know your word count, you don't know how you'll do with being on a set schedule that you set yourself, there's a lot that you don't know yet about your voice, about your delivery, about the business. I always recommend do a royalty share first. Just do a kid's book. It doesn't have to be long. Now, if I'm going to royalty share, a lot of these will be self-published. That's another reason. The first book that I did, please send links that you guys have been talking, referencing in Discord. Okay, I can put them in Discord. I always list them in the descriptions of the videos on YouTube. They're all listed there, but I will absolutely link these as well. Very cool. Very cool. If you want to join our Discord and post those, we'll be more than happy to check them out. But the reason I say do royalty share, I was saying the first book that I ever did, it was royalty share but it was by a Canadian author, young girl. She wasn't self-published. She was fully published, and the the only reason I got hired was because I was a Canadian voice and it was a Canadian author taking place in Vancouver, which is a very different Canadian accent, but they hired me anyway. I'll take it. I remember I cried when I got signed on for that, but excuse me, but it was very poorly done. My first book was very poorly done, and it was a long one. It was, gosh, I can't even remember. I think around 11, I want to say, oh, why am I thinking? Oh no, sorry, it was 111038. So over 100,000 words, I believe. And it was the first in a series, but it didn't sell because I didn't know what I was doing. My voices were crap. My delivery was bad. My emotion was amateur. It was just bad. But your first one's always going to be bad. So accept it and love it is going to happen. But yeah, so that's everything on this site. Now, if I were doing it as I've done more books and I've got experience and I've got a little bit to my name, I would charge between this one, the 200 to 400 per finished hour mark. And you can use this as a guideline. Excuse me. You can use this as a guideline as to how professional do I think my production quality is. Because if it's good, now, I should say, you have to audition for these. It really does teach you. Experience is the only thing that teaches you. So, Bloodkin and Curses. If I was going for this book, 48,000, that's not too bad. 9 hours, easy. We could do this one. This here, they'll give you a little description of the book. Okay, description is usually just like the synopsis on the back of it. English, the gender of the voice, the character's age. So, for instance, I had one. Ooh, Canadian English. I could do this. I really could do this. Let me see here. Okay, let me see. Comments from the rights holder. The main character of this novel, Dyson, is a biracial from Toronto, Canada. Nice, this is where I am. She tells the story of her life from an uncertain future where she is very disillusioned and pessimistic, though that is not her character for the bulk of the novel. This book has a number of accents. Oh, okay. This is good. This is why you read this. British, Serbian, Irish, a couple you can play with and make up. Okay. Ideally, I'm looking for a black or biracial woman. Damn. For this project. My social media. Social media reach. I have YouTube channel with way more people than I do. So this would be very interesting. This would absolutely be one that I would be interested in. I don't fit some of the criteria, and when it says Serbian, could I get away with Russian? Because if I can, then I've got all those accents. Now, the audition. View the audition script below. They didn't add it. Okay. So they've added this one wrong. This here, you're supposed to go into audition and it's supposed to have either a Word document, some type of document for you to read off of. Sometimes they'll just copy paste it into here, but they haven't. They have added it to this bit, which is supposed to be just the synopsis. This happens. Because rules for no spam or self-promotion outside a specified promoted channel. Oh, let me pull that shit up. Let me just pull this up here. I thought I had but I could not. Content creator recommendations. Okay. No worries. I'll be honest with you. I set up this Discord without having any idea how to set up Discord. So those rules are very much copy pasted. For the most part. Not all of them. Do. Okay. So you can go ahead and post them in general, and then I will create a page and just copy paste them over there. Is that okay? Does that work okay? I don't have any. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Oh, another warning that I want to give for these books. Okay. Make sure it is something that you don't mind reading. You doesn't matter if you like it, but you have to not at least not mind reading it. So let me read this and make sure I get this right. I want to read stories, but I feel like I act out how the dialogue is said based on how the story says versus making different voices. That's okay. That is 100% okay. I have lost jobs because I do the voices. Not everyone wants voices. In fact, I would say majority don't want voices. It's just because in my head they have voices, so that's how I put them out. But if you had any kind of, but yeah, the only, actually, I'll put this, my highest paying one that I'm still getting, I went royalty free and I'm still getting quite a bit off of, was a nonfiction. They want no voices. So yeah, no, do not ever worry about not having voices or accents or anything like that, because a lot of times they'll ask not for it or for you to not do it. That had some violent sexual material I chose to pass. Better than me. I had an audiobook that I had to do that originally I thought it was going to be great because it let me use my Scottish accent and it traveled all over Scotland. So I got to try and learn how to do all the different ones, going from the south up to the very north. But it was a terrible, terrible book. It was really bad. And it threw me into such a depression that I actually stopped reading or not personally, but like stopped narrating for about 6 months because it was so bad. And then like you thought it was over and then they want revisions and you're going, fuck, please just go away. So yeah, you be careful what you choose. Oh, Ghosty, good. I'm so glad you're back. We covered everything already. Okay. See? This is why I said earlier. Anyways. Excuse me. Repeat everything. I don't have a SAG ID. You will find that you get just as many, if sometimes more jobs not being unified, not being part of the union. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Also, hi, repeat myself. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the TW, my mind went twat. Like about your common names. I know you didn't mean. She's talking about audiobook stuff. Same with sorry, I just did too. Okay. Ah! Okay, Ghosty. Don't Serdd double D. People are Okay. All right, we were talking about. I'm using. Oh, just a sec. What is that? Okay. Oh, that was weird. It's because Ghosty keeps spelling my name wrong. And I insist on the 2 Ds at the end. And so that's where that ridiculous joke came from. So it is not because I have those, because I do not. I do not. My brothers make fun of me for having bee stings. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Okay. So, back to the microphones. Okay, so diaphragm condenser mic. And then this one will be our... Okay. There are obviously more than 2 different kinds of microphones. How do I get a job and become rich? I haven't found that out yet. Which mic do I do so? Okay, so there are more than 2 different types of microphones, but when you're in a professional studio, there are 2 that you'll see more often than not. And that is a large condenser diaphragm microphone and a shotgun microphone. This here is the shotgun microphone. You'll see these in a lot of bigger studios because what they do is they really focus the sound directly at the actor. So directly at the person who's speaking. And they only pick up what that actor is saying. They don't pick up any of the noise room around them. But there's also less effects that you can do. And it also doesn't sound, it would sound more like this. And this doesn't really sound good all the time. This microphone that I'm using right now is a type of shotgun microphone, but it's a condenser shotgun microphone. So it's kind of like a mix between the 2. Still what I would not recommend for audiobook. What I would recommend for actual professional voice work is a large diaphragm condenser microphone, but you want a cardioid microphone. Let me pull this up here, unless they'll let me do it without having to spell it. Cardioid, there you are. The reason you want, this is the word that you want to look for, this cardioid. The reason for that is it's all about where the microphone picks up sound within the room. So the reason it's called this is that these types of microphones pick up the sound in a heart shape. So they'll pick up directly in front of the mic and they'll pick up around it in like the loops of a heart. And then the point is your voice. So it picks it up in that way. And what that allows you to do is to do a lot of different effects. So if I want to do an effect where I'm yelling at someone across the room, and so I lean back to get that effect, or I turn my head like I'm talking to someone, it picks it up as being just as close, but you still get that kind of movement. It also sounds a lot more natural. It's a lot easier to, especially if someone's listening to it in headphones, and it's a lot easier for when you go to post-production within whatever program you're using to edit that. And so if you have any, say any plosives or pops or clicks or that, that's a lot easier to edit out because it's not as fuzzy as it will be on a shotgun microphone, which is built for distance. Hold 1 second. I got to get Yui. 1 moment. What did I say about taking over the chat? I step out 1 minute just to pick up Yui because he's coming in for his bedtimes, and you try to take it over again. Goodness gracious. I changed my mind. Ghost does need a straitjacket. Yes. So, replying to Softly Spoken, ACX cares more about the quality of the sound than the filters and effects, right? They absolutely do. They absolutely do. They want, because you're going to audition for every single book on there. Doesn't matter, like your name will not take you places on ACX, because they don't know you. They've got millions upon millions of people on there, so you've got no agent, you've got no one vouching for you. It's all going to be, what does their production sound like? What does the voice sound like? How it was their delivery. So they don't care about any of the effects. I had it where in that one that I told you about, in all of my books, actually, I use effects a lot. But effects in that I deepen the voices. I use a slight voice changer, especially there was one for one of my kids' books. I had to do a pirate's voice. Well, I can do the pirate's voice, but I can't necessarily get it as deep as for a pirate. So that needed a voice change, and they were fine with that. ACX doesn't look over your work. It's the authors and the producers. Cheap mic rec, please. Okay. I might have something for you. Let me see. Oh, please. Wait, I gotta move this over. Just let me just think there's nothing embarrassing popping up here. Let me see here. Let me just say this. Unless you have the money, I rec that you don't spend $300 on a mic. You can get quality mic for that. Yes, you absolutely can. Yes, you absolutely can. Let me just, but that's why I'm saying look for, don't you fucking dare. That's why I want you to look for a large diaphragm cardioid condenser mic. Those are the words that you want to look for a good quality mic. And you can get those. I think Rode has lesser ones. I think what is it? Elgato. I think Elgato has some. But yeah, YouTube videos, check them all out because there are really, really good alternatives. This one that I'm using that I put on there, the Rode NT1A, that was my upgrade version. That wasn't the one I started with. So let me, oh God, what was his name? Oh, it was something pretentious. Let me just, what was it? No. Oops, wrong thing. Okay, we're looking for audiobook production. Also, whenever you're doing in your where is it? Just remember when you're doing your auditions, don't forget to slate at the beginning. That is important. A lot of people forget to do that. I can't find it. Where is he? Oh God, what is his name? It's such a pretentious name too. Oh. There are good ones for around 100. Also condenser mic. Yeah, you want a condenser mic for sure. Okay, I can't remember his name. I'll remember it later and then I'll post it in the Discord because his name's he's a voice actor and he has a lot of good or sorry, I should say I thought at the time he had good recommendations. They weren't. But I know that he has others. So let's look at some options. So we know that we want the large diaphragm cardioid condenser mic. Let's go shopping. Let's see what we got. Audio Technica, which is a great company. Audio Technica is great. I had my first set of headphones. So good. I still have them. I traveled with them. But as you can see here, there are a lot of options. Let's go maximum. Well, that's actually at 130. And that's 130 Canadian. So that's even less for you guys. I'm assuming you're in the US. Now, I will ask you to please, before you buy any microphone, YouTube it. Because there will be a review, and it'll be honest review. Fucking please. YouTube it. Do not just buy. When I say slate, a slate is, you want to do this for both voice acting, if they don't outright tell you not to, but most often they want you to because they get so many auditions. But for any kind of voice work, anytime you're putting an audition in, period, you're going to go, Hi, this is Serdd auditioning for the part of Queen Elsa. Hope you enjoy. Or you'll go, Hi, this is Serdd auditioning for Yuri on Ice. Hi, this is Serdd auditioning for the part of Yuri on Ice, and I will be issuing 3 auditions for you today. And then so you let them know how many takes that you're giving them, and then that's how you slate. So you want your name, the character, and then that's it. The name, the character, and how many takes. If you're doing more than 1 take, always do more than 1 take. Do I have to use real name? You do not. That's another question that was really bothering me. So if I go to my professional page, I do voices by Serdd. And that is because, for a very specific reason. I use Serdd because Serdd is an acronym of my full name, like middle name, 2 last names, all that shit. But what that allows me to do is that when I have a book that's, say, embarrassing, maybe it has sex scenes, I don't know, but I can use a different, essentially, stage name, and it's still under the umbrella of Serdd. So, this was the one that was awful for me, that made me take a few months off. This is the one that brings me in the most money. But I do this under my real name because that's just what I did it under at the time. But you do not have to use your real name. Here's another great example. You know the voice of fucking hate it when I do that. The voice of All Might, the guy who plays All Might in all the My Hero Academia. He was telling a story once on how he has a different stage name for when he does audiobooks. And that was because, not a word of a lie, his own words, he did a series of books, up to 7, I believe, books, that all involved dragon sex. And he's like, I'm not putting my name on this. I'll do it. I need the money, but I'm not putting my name on this. So, of course, I'm like frantically, oh my God, I have to find it. And I have found it. I can't remember where it is now. But I'm like, I can't listen to this. But yeah, so absolutely, you do not have to use your full name because they'll ask you, even when you do audio, like voice acting jobs, they'll ask you, what do you want to be called by? What do you want on the credits? And you can put any name you want. So I use a different name for my more risque books. I use a different name for my regular books. I use a different name for my podcasting. I did find it. Actually, I should re-find it again and post it in the Discord. But it was one of those where I'm like, I can't listen to this. I cannot hear All Might say these things. But yeah, I know. Yo. Yeah, if you want it, I will stay up and I will find it. But yeah, so I've heard that question a lot. Can I use different names? Absolutely you can. And it's encouraged. A lot of people and think they understand. Internet needs to know. I wouldn't dare. I would like to work with him one day. And also, I do not want anyone ever outing me. So I'm like, no. That's a special kind of professional courtesy. It's like, we don't talk about it. Are you done? What are you doing? Are you fluffing? Are you fluffing the carpet? You good boy. Baby. So, only time on the. So yeah. Okay. So once again, for the microphones, this large diaphragm cardioid condenser microphone. That's the one you want. Places to read from. Studios. This is my old studio. You will put a little bit of money into this, but you don't have to put a lot into money. If I were to give you any piece of advice, I would say invest in a good microphone and then fuck it the rest of it. As long as you have a good microphone, yeah, that's all you need. This here, actually, I've got another one to show you. If you don't have a closet, your mom has a homemade studio. Perfect. Perfect. This is so weird. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this studio is my biggest concern. Okay, this is perfect for you. You have multiple actions. I have a closet and that's it. That's really all you need. Actually, where's my thing here? For what project was it? Is it this one? No. Yes. Okay, so when I was working on the Broken Into the Light series on YouTube, I recorded that whole thing from my itty bitty closet, which had way too much shit in it. Couldn't fit a computer. It was literally, computer was in the back on top of a bunch of suitcases and clothes. And then I couldn't even close the door. So I had my, a blanket tacked up so that it covered the door and just covered the doorway and then me. And I'm a bigger girl, slightly bigger girl. And so it was hella awkward, crazy, stupid hot. Do not recommend it, but it's very, very doable. If you wanted, I'll show you the Christmas gift I got for myself the one year. Which is, where is it? Go back. This bad boy here. See this great thing? This you can get on Amazon. I think it was like $75 at the time. So it was my Christmas present to myself. And all that does, you can get it where this actually has feet where it will sit on your desk and you just read into it. So this here is all foam and it folds and you can take it wherever. It's also a good one for traveling. But yeah, it doesn't have to be expensive. This is my old setup. But yeah, honestly, you can get, I ended up building my own. So I went to the Home Depot and I got some plyboard. It's good quality plyboard. I really got a good deal on it. And I took, the wall mounts that people use for invisible shelves, those brackets. And I've got 6 of those, so 3 on each corner to give me my 3-sided booth. And then I've got a curtain hanger. Actually, why am I describing this? I'll just take a fucking picture. Okay. It's gonna look shit, but it's functional. Do. I have not yet put in the new foam for the do. All right, I'll put those pictures in the Discord. Of what my studio looks like now. But a studio can be anything. My favorite VTuber, who has since moved on, which I fucking found the other day and I was shook. He built his entire, well, he's crazy stupid popular now. Like he built a fan base like whoa. And he did that in a single itty bitty room, which it didn't have any soundproofing. It didn't have any, he didn't even have blankets or towels on the wall. So that's mainly for streaming. But even so, if you get a good enough mic, you don't have to worry too much about the soundproofing, or the studio, I should say. The studio can be anything you make it. I have done auditions in the car under a blanket, like just a comforter over my head, and I've got my phone with the audition and the microphone on my phone recording it for auditions. So it doesn't really matter too much. It's one of those things where everyone's going to have one. You're going to think that everyone's booth is better than yours. And the only one who actually has a better booth than yours are the professionals. If you've ever seen J. Michael Tatum's and Brian, their booth at home in their apartment, holy shit, it has its own air conditioning. Know that your booth will get hellishly, viciously hot. That it's just a fact. I'm not going to audition for this. Because I don't like the realistic ones. Yes, absolutely. Go for it. What is your question? Oh, Princess Savage Knight. Princess of Devil's Creek. Oh. I don't usually like multiples. Multiples you're signing on for like you're going to be a while. Bring out the pace to read in. That's a really good question. A lot of people. My name in 10 sounds good. It does sound good, doesn't it? I was thinking the same thing. My name is 10. The world has changed. Oh, is it myopic? You had better be perfect. Ooh, what is this? Okay, we'll get to you in just a moment, Samurai. If only the perfect were entitled to live, who will choose which of us should die? Oh. By 2092, the world has been left scorched by the catastrophic solar eruptions of 2025 and turned largely into a desert. Fucking hate deserts. The competition for resources is fierce and often brutal. The young, healthy, and fertile are commodities prized for their resilience. And oh no, that's too dark. Oh, they want it in British though. I was gonna say it when you guys want it in British. If only the perfect were entitled to live, who will choose which of us should die? The competition for resources is fierce and also often brutal. The young, healthy, and fertile are commodities prized for their resilience and reproductive potential. They are bred, bought, and traded by the wealthy elite and discarded when of no longer use. That's another question you gotta ask. What British do you want? Do you want general British? Do you want BBC British? Those are very different things. Okay. What was it? Not for me then. Only if it wasn't spicy. Oh, okay. Trouble figuring out the pacing to read in. That was the site I was going. British is like stuck up rich people British. That's the problem, is that there are so many British. And my favourite is personally is the BBC British, which is very much Hermione Granger British. But then if I want to go to like a Molly and go for a down east British, then that's very different. And I can't usually keep that up for very long. And it's very hard to act in, quite frankly. But I like my Russian. My Russian is good. But my Scottish is better. I accidentally slip into the Scottish a lot more often than I'd like to admit to. And when I'm trying to do the Irish, and I often slip into the British. Honestly, I've done a few where I'll be doing Victor in one of my podcasts and slipping. I'm like, that's not him. The key to accents is having a key phrase that will help you get back into it each and every time. I listen to a lot of British people on Discord and YouTube. It's true. Okay, so what did I hop? Oh, yes, delivery. Okay, so fairy tale audio theater. That sounds fun. I'm just picking a job at random. Completely random. This site that I'm on is called Casting Call Club. What this is a free resource. Samurai knows. It is a free resource. Some jobs pay, most jobs don't. But if you want to learn how to voice act, this is the bitch to do it. Don't worry, you will. By the end of this, you will. Okay, let me start off. It is A, completely free to sign up for. B, it is completely free to post jobs for and to audition for. It is all completely free. The only time that you have to pay is if you want them to email you for specific jobs, or I can't even remember the other reason. Or if you want to fill out, they give you like little sticker things, which this person doesn't have. Country Mouse, Little Red Riding Hood, Narrator. Okay. Female, ageless, English, 0 budget. We'll take it. Supporting. They're looking for the narrator. They'll give you 2 lines they want you to audition with. Hi, my name is Serdd. I'm reading for the part of Narrator, Little Red Riding Hood. There's your slate. Then you don't say the numbers. You go into the first one. You'll read it 2 to 3 times. No more than 3. Okay? Your third take should be completely different and out of the box and nothing that you have ever even thought that it could be. Completely wild and different. But always make sure each take sounds different. And this is where your pacing comes in. Play with it. You don't have to know how it is, but when you're reading something on here, first read how it is in your head. Read how you think that it should be read. Make sure that it's different from what, and I send all 3. You send all 3 in one single audio file. So let's go here. Let's try. And they want it no accent. Oh, any accents. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a girl who was called Little Red Riding Hood because of the red cape she always wore. She lived with her mother and father in a cottage in the forest. One day, her mother told her that her grandmother was feeling unwell. That'd be take 1. Next one. We wanted to do it a little bit different. This is when you get to play with your pacing. It's completely up to you. They want you to be creative if they haven't given you a whole bunch of notes. Once upon a time, there was a girl who was called Little Red Riding Hood because of the cape she always wore. She lived with her mother and father in a cottage in the forest. One day, her mother told her that her grandmother was feeling unwell. There's your take 2. Completely different from my first, and I get to play with the pacing. Now, take 3. Only do take 3 if they say be creative. They'll give you notes at the top, okay, on this side. Sometimes they'll give you notes in here. But how would I do this? Once upon a time, there was a girl called Little Red Riding Hood because of the red cape she always wore. She lived with her mother and father in the cottage in the forest. Can you believe that? The forest! One day, her mother told her that her grandmother was feeling unwell. Something crazy and stupid and fun. You use that third take on jobs where they haven't given you any notes, or they've given you really confusing notes, because sometimes they don't know what they want. But it is a lot of fun, right? Would you say you don't? So, or you can say take 1, take 2, take 3. But usually if you leave a long enough pause and you've said at the front, hi, this is Serdd auditioning for the part of narrator. Here are 3 takes. And then as long as there's a space in between, they know what they're talking about. But yeah, that's completely up to you. If you want to say take 1 and then go for it, take 2 and then go for it, absolutely 100%. A lot of production really like it when you do that. It's just not a thing that you have to remember. Sometimes if you find yourself doing it, if it takes you out of the moment of your audition and takes you out of the creativity because you're thinking, oh shit, I have to tell them that it's take 1, 2, or 3, you can always just leave it to the end and edit it in, or just, again, leave that pause because you want to stay in the moment. But yeah, sometimes they'll say 1 take each, 2 take each. They'll tell you how many they want. If they're going to tell you, then they'll tell you up in here. If they tell you, I only want 2 takes out of this, maybe don't do the crazy one, but they want to see you have fun with it. There is, okay, I'll put it on here. What is that stupid audio or YouTube show that's really popular right now? Something Hotel, Hale Hotel or something like that. A bunch of their voices got casted on from this site. And actually, I wonder if I can find that audition again. No, because I remember I was gonna audition for it. I'm like, I can't do that. That was too crazy. That was Has Been. That's the one. Has Been Hotel. They auditioned, or they picked at least two that I know of for certain off of this website. So, and you can always go. So it's called Casting Call Club. You can Google it, and it has a whole bunch of different jobs. Imagine if you did get picked. I know, right? Let's go with paid projects only. Dino asked too. What? No. Its deadline is in 3 days. 120. Ooh, this is a big one. What's this? Okay, we're working on a 30-minute animated short film called The Sales Off. Stuck working at a boring office job, Vincent dreams of playing the piano. Meanwhile, his lazy cubicle neighbor Jake grows determined to prove himself. The two challenge one another to a sales-off, much to the delight of their manager, Mr. Watterson. We plan to release it periodically in 5-minute segments on YouTube, as well as in the entire film as one video once it's fully completed. We need your voice talent! There are 4 main characters whose voices are a crucial part to the storytelling. The style of writing is presented in this script is very conversational, so rather than an exaggerated, cartoony voice, we are looking for something a lot more natural. Requirements: must be 18 years of age, must be able to accept PayPal, have a means of easy communication, Discord, email, text, etc. This one will also tell you if there's any, what do you call it, spiciness? There's some spiciness. It doesn't say, so it's probably just a bunch of swearing. I'm a YouTube video creator. Let's see here. Vincent always eats a dog. Young adult male. Young adult male. If I could pull off the male voice well enough, I might even try it myself, but always look for, Jesus, it looks like J. Michael. That's fucking creepy. Which one pays more? 210. 210 is a lead. Low. Okay, you'll get your notes. Low, not in the mood to talk. Hey, Jake. No, I just wanted to tell Mr. Watterson something, but it's nothing. I don't think I can do it deep enough. I don't know if I can do it deep enough. The blue dog stuck working a boring sales job. But yeah. So you can get paid on here, and I do get a lot of paying jobs on here. There are other sites, but all other every other site that I've found will ask you to pay at some point. And it can be anywhere from $300 to $500 US. Crazy shit. So go for the free one first, always. And it'll also give you, again, a chance to cut your teeth on it without breaking the bank or hurting anyone. So if I wanted to go to, I wonder if any of my buddies on here have auditioned for this. Let me go down. You can see the auditions. That's right. I'm gonna out them here. Oh, see how these people are they're auditioning for everyone? Always audition for everyone. You would not believe how often that happens where it's I'm coming in and auditioning for one. You didn't get that one, but we have 3 others we would like you to voice for. Okay. I don't think I have. Oh, wait, let me see here. I have one buddy that I did the classes with, and his voice was insane. And because we're friends, I get to see what they were doing. Messages, maybe? Oh, these are extra roles. Re-audition. That one was awkward. I thought it showed me. No. 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 Huh. Okay. I guess not. It usually shows you on here, congratulate them. So-and-so got another job. Congratulate them. Ah, there you go. Let's cast for another role. View it. Where's Jet? Ah, here we go. I don't want to blow your... Ah, fucking it's not working again. Why the fuck does it do this? It was working before. This was legit. Honest to God, it was working before. Just a sec. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see this. I'm wondering. No, that wouldn't work. See, okay, just a sec. You guys can hear this, right? Can you hear music? Honest to fuck. Okay, sorry. That was a little intense. I'm getting irritated now. I will figure this shit out. Okay. I should have stopped and figured this out earlier. No, it wouldn't be that. Because the mic input. That's right. All right, I'm going to try something here. What's that? Okay. Can you guys let me know if at any point you hear music? I'm gonna fiddle with something here. I've got an idea. Let me try something here. Oops. What audio? You fuckers. We're in the middle of song, but you should hear something next. Anything? Anything. Please, dear God, anything. Yay! We got it. Okay. Thank you. Fuck. Okay. Starting this shit again. So, before I start this again, this guy, Jet Falco, he was in one of my acting classes that was also done through here. He was very super nervous, and he was like, he's like this little kind of quiet, slightly mousy string bean. But when he opened his voice is like, oh my God, how is that coming out of you? So let me do this again. Okay, so this is...
How you feeling? She sure did. And after I got worked over by Battlemaster Caro, I definitely needed it. You could say that, but no conditioning. You're right. Normally, if I'd get the idea my blood beast was trying to affect me, my usual methods would work. but I can't exactly do that here. And besides, things have been fine before today, really since coming to Aiden Ka, especially since they start letting us take apprentice missions. Well, that wasn't my blood beast.
He is so good. And the funny thing is that when we first started out together, he had never auditioned. He was really super quiet and to himself, but he has blown up on here and he's doing so flipping good for himself. So just, let's see. This is, you'll get on here and you'll get people like this who will send you jobs that they want you to audition for. But I think this one, whenever she sends me it, it's not paying. And that's always awkward. I'll look at that later. Excuse me. But yeah, this is the best site for getting your start on and for practicing. And it's funny to say this, and I'm going to sound because it sounds so basic. But so many people, they're like, yeah, I want to do this. I'm like, okay, have you ever recorded and listened to yourself? No, that's embarrassing. It is. It is. It's very embarrassing. But you have to learn how to use your voice and what it sounds like and what voices and roles you can take on. I know that I only have about 2 octaves to do the high pitch anime girl, and then I'm out. But if you give me a mid to low range, I can go all over the place. It's all about learning how your craft. You guys haven't listened to yourself, have you? But that's just it. I can remember when I first started, I refused to have my headphones on because I didn't want to hear myself do it. Because it's embarrassing. But you have to get used to talking to yourself. And that goes for streamers especially. You have to get used to talking to yourself. Didn't like it. Most people don't. Honestly, most people do not like listening to themselves. If you get a chance to give yourself a present or a gift, like money-wise, go on to, and I'll put the link also in here, but it's already on the YouTube channels, but I'll put it in the Discord as well. They have voice acting classes. And they're all virtual. They're done over Zoom. Do yourself a favor and pick one of them. So I've had to edit myself before. Okay. Have you ever just sat and talked to yourself for a little while? Classes are fun. They were so much fun. That's where I met Jay. No free, no join. It's true. It is true. I had to wait again until it was a Christmas or birthday present to myself. Then I saved up. What is it called? Closing credits, I think. Closing credits. Not 100. Yeah, it is. I wasn't 100% sure on that. This is also one that I mentioned before. It has voice acting like 101. It has all of the courses that you need to learn your craft. It can get... This guy's such a tit. John Wang is who we did a lot of ours with. He was okay. Jun Yoon was awesome. I did the improv class with them. It was so much fun. So much fun. I haven't sat and talked to myself at all. That's a good one. This is all... I always recommend sitting and having a conversation with... Oh, let me give you another really cool... what is it? When it's little things to practice. Asset. Let me see. We're going to go back to Edge Studio. We're not just going to the word calculator this time. Thank you. Classes and training. That's not what I want. Let me see here. David Goldberg is nice. That was a very awkward first meeting. Teams, instructions, Sunday. There we go. Monthly audition content. Okay. So, Edge Studio, I mentioned it very early on, has awesome resources for people who use their voices to make money. So that's narrators, voice actors, commercials, whatever, what have you. So a great way to practice, just practice with timing, practice with pronunciation, practice with breath. You can go to their script library. I'm going to open that in a separate tab. And it has a whole bunch of monologues. You can choose what type of monologue you want. See, it has everything. And just pick one and go with it and test it out. Do different accents or that. If you go onto ACX, they will have you put up a profile or same thing with artists portfolio. And I took a few of these and did them all in different accents because I knew that that's what I wanted to specialize with. And yeah, and test yourself. Try something out. You may find something that you absolutely love. I took one of my favorites out of here that I had used for ACX and produced it, more properly. And now I have it on my professional website as an extra kind of demo, but serious narration demo. Another option or offer that they have is their monthly audition contest. Now, this is a really cool thing, especially for voice actors. So what you do, and they'll explain it on here, is that they'll give you a script that everyone's going to do. You go ahead and record it, you submit it, and they will critique it and essentially judge it in order for you to win prizes. So they'll give you this month's contest. This is a simulation audition for a commercial featuring LaCroix sparkling water. This product is a step above regular water, and the read should feel like a luxurious, sensory, and elevated experience to entice the listener. There's your director's notes. So then you record it and however you would want it and submit it. But there's no multiple takes, so it's one take. So do it, carefully. But yeah, Edge Studio is a great... Let me go over to here. Here. Go up. Samples. Also through the casting call club, I was able to find an audiobook, or not an audiobook, an audio engineer who helped me do both of my demos. And so you get a director slash producer. They'll produce it unless you want to do it yourself. And then you get an audio engineer and they'll, help you put it together. So for instance, let's do this one. Hope it's not too loud.
Welcome to your first day on the job at Snapchat. I know what you're thinking. Where's the snack bar and free coffee? Don't worry, you'll be off testing filters and puking rainbows in no time. But first, we need to cover some legal stuff to appease our overlords. So click next and let's get this over with. Honesty may...
So you'll need a demo for voice work, not for narration. It's confusing. Narration, you won't be auditioning. Narrators usually need an agent to get into the really big publishing houses. That's when you want ACX. Sometimes on Twitter, they'll put out a casting call, but you don't really need a demo for narration. Is this, what are the chances? Yeah, these are all tooting my own horn. I don't need to do this. Any other questions that I can answer? Questions, comments, suggestions? I feel like I talk a lot. Oh, if you want to find out your words per minute, I can find that. Would you like this your Jesus, you. I'm not sure if you would want this up there as well. This is to find your words per minute. It'll give you a thing to read and you just test it. Okay, what's this? I'm just hoping to get a mic and computer to edit on this ear. Okay, so I'll add don't think this is the one that I originally. Yeah, this isn't the one that I originally found, but I talk fast and I shouldn't while reading. Well, are you able to breathe when you're talking fast? Because that's my kryptonite. Yeah. Okay, I'll find that and I'll put that in the Discord as well. If I don't get them all up tonight, it's probably because I'm in bed, so I'll get them up tomorrow morning, but I will remember at some point. Yeah, I paused to breathe. And that's very okay. But what will slow you down, and it'll slow you down naturally, is your inflection. Because remember, nobody wants to listen to a robot. And you can't put in much inflection if you're talking too quickly. So once you'll find that you'll automatically slow yourself down. Even if you're a fast talker, I myself am too. But because you need to put inflection and emotion into whatever you're reading, your delivery will automatically slow down. So you really don't have to worry about that too much, I wouldn't say. Only have to worry about that if it's something like if you're doing the voice acting thing, then you have to watch because they're going to give you directions as to how quickly they want you to talk or what the emotion they want you to put into it. My favorite ones are always when it's the character and they have a million words to say in just a little minute and they'll all say it in one breath. Those are my favorite ones to get through because I can get through them really quickly with no problem. But there aren't very much call for those usually. Let's see here. But yeah, it's hard for me to recommend any computers or microphones that are lower cost because I've already upgraded probably twice. Where I spent my money was my computer because it's my main work element, but on the microphone and my headphones. I've had the same audio interface since I started. And I love it. Most people don't use it. Most people use the Scarlett, but I love my Steinberg, so that's what I'm going with. Oh, for Ghosty, I don't know if they're still here, but for Ghosty, the audio interface is for the XLR microphones, which is probably what you're going to be using. If you're going to do it professionally, you want to use XLR. If you're going on the computer or just for auditions, you can use the USB, or it has to be a really high quality USB. That's a misconception. Very few people in the business actually use the Apple computers. I wouldn't be doing this if I needed to use an Apple. Apple and I have issues, but I have I can't even an Arrow, but I use an HP, or no, it's not an HP, but computer. Yeah, not a lot of people actually use. It doesn't give you anything extra. It gives you some free programs for show, but I would only recommend it if you needed it for free video editing rather than audio editing. That's what I'm used to editing on. Okay, yeah, that's totally up to you. You'll actually find some programs harder to work with because they don't work with, or you need, so I should say microphones. Microphones and certain interfaces don't always get along with Apple's, I've been told. Some people have both. Good softwares to edit on. I'll take anything else than Apple. Yeah, so what was the one? There was one that was mentioned. Let me see here. Could be wrong here. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. I can't remember. There was a question on Twitter recently. What audio interface or no, sorry, DAW. What DAW do you use? Yeah, I'm gonna have to sign off soon too. I'm CB. But yeah, I will find there are a lot of so your DAW system is your Adobe Audition, your Audacity, that kind of thing. There are other versions for you to use, but honestly, it's whatever. Oops, it's whatever you can make work. Let me put that up because I don't think I'm allowed to show that. It's whatever you can make work, and there's always a cheaper option, but it depends on what kind of quality you're going to go with. But yeah, it's one of the things, and it's like streaming, is don't ever let them tell you, don't ever let I don't have the most expensive equipment as an excuse to stop you, because there's always options. Okay. Well, now that I got the freaking music working after the damn fact. Jesus. Alrighty, was there anything else? I was toying with the idea of rating someone, but A, I don't know how to do that. B, I don't know if anyone's even on. Let me see. I had pulled it up earlier. Let me see. Only if I can do it without embarrassing myself. Oh, there's a lot more people than I expected. Delinquent librarian cousins. Fucking what? There's one that I'm kind of interested in, but at the same time I'm going, I don't know. He looks pretty sketchy. Okay. I'm going to not and do a little bit more research onto how I do it without embarrassing myself. Oh my god, yes, please. I would love your opinion. Opinion on what? Are we, yes, you want to raid someone? I'm confused. Oh. No, I don't want to do it now. I'll mention it, but I don't want to do it now. Ghosty got mad at me last time because in the last video we did a sing song. And I was going to start this with, I have warm-up song that I use. And I was going to do that. But now I'm going rating voices. I think that would be cool. I'd be more than happy to help. Honest to goodness, absolutely. Probably always available as long as it's in Discord. I can make another. Excuse me. I can make another page for that. Yeah, so maybe next time I will. Cool. Yeah, next time I'll start with my warm-up song. I have two. I have my old one. Oh, this was, I was going to show the difference between the large diaphragm condenser mic versus the microphone that I'm using right now. So let me know if there's much of a difference to this. Let's just pick right here. I don't know what this is going to be. Okay.
But he had promised his husband he would be on his absolute best behavior. He has offered the seat of honor at their small table, and Wei Wujian is the one to pour tea for both him and Wang Ji. His movements as flawlessly graceful as any aristocrat.
And then versus this sound. So I'm not sure if there was much of a difference there. I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's the difference between the two. So the one that I'm currently using is a shotgun condenser mic. And then the one that you were just listening to was the large diaphragm and it's gone through all of the processes. Close that. No worries. No worries, Ken. Alrighty. So again, I don't know how to raid. I kind of want to do. Okay. So for the 4 people who are in here, do any of you know how to raid? I don't. I have yet to watch a YouTube video on how to do that properly. Isn't there a point where the sound is dead? You need a little action. Hey? You need a little action in your recording? Check your dashboard. Well, I just don't know who to edit. Or to read. Read? Let's go this. On Twitch. I'm assuming. Okay, let me do this. These are the just chatting, or the reading peoples. Pick a game you like. I was gonna pick a reading one because very few people on the reading ones. So these are our options, not including ourselves. This is giving me such huge anxiety right now. Like I can't even. Oh. There's someone learning Japanese. I have such anxiety for this. There are less speaking English. This is true. Let's see here. So I've got 3 English ones. Top right. This one? This the one? Delinquent Librarian 8 Cousins? Can I get it? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. Jesus. Fireworks are still going off. Yeah, why not? Okay. So, Delinquent Librarian 8 Cousins. I don't know how to do this. Okay. I'm going to take this over here. I'm going to try and figure this out. Okay. Okay, so we're going to raid channel. We're going to pick a live channel to raid. So I'm just going to copy. It does say English, right? Okay. I'm so nervous. Okay, yeah, they've got 3 people. We've got 4, right? Right? I guess. I need multiple pages on this. Fricking, I can't see what we see. Oh, I'm an architect. I studied acoustics. A room can sound really dead and make for uncomfortable conversations. That's why I'm about dead. You're absolutely right. We mentioned earlier about having a properly prepared space, so a studio, and I'm going to post pictures of my studio. I haven't put up the ceiling foam yet, but the rest of it works just as well. But yeah, having the dead air, I find it's more obvious on the shotgun mic than it is on the cardioid condenser mic, the large diaphragm. So, but it's all a matter of opinion. I know that a lot of studios right now use both. Okay, we're gonna go to this. Fuck, I'm so nervous. How do I do this? Wait. Okay, wait. What are they doing? Okay, I don't care. Okay. Okay, you guys have to be with me. You guys have to stay with me on this. I don't. Okay, this is considered being social, right? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Fuck, start it. Oh, don't stress yourself out too much. Okay, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let it out, you guys. Right now. I don't know what's happening. How do I do this? Yay! We're in. I think we're in. Woo! Can I put hope you don't mind? Inside voice, please. This is a library. That's a little bitchy, isn't it? Can you guys still hear me as I'm doing this? It doesn't show up on theirs, right? I don't know how theirs works. What is this? This is so weird. You can chat again in 4 minutes? How are you supposed to raid like that? This is so awkward. Oh my god. Oh, why did I let you guys do this to me? Okay, so there's I'm gonna. Oh, should I? I don't know if I'll get double. Okay, so let me go to there's things and see if they actually care if we're on there. So you're gonna hear this. I think you're gonna hear this.
Samurai.
There you go.
Is that close enough? I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm reading Eight Cousins by Louisa May Alcott.
How come you guys can and I can't?
Right?
I'm locked out.
And as I just mentioned, I'm a member of the Codex. If you go to my About page, you'll find listed all of the group of reading streamers on Twitch that I'm affiliated with. But not in that way. Not in the Twitch way. Anyway, I'm going to continue.
Can you guys still hear me? On mine?
And I hope you enjoy the rest of my read for tonight. So you need to go to our Discord. If you are a reading streamer, the other rule that we generally have is not to read copyrighted materials. On Twitch anyway. Aha! Well, that's my Discord. The Chateau.
Can you guys still hear me on mine, or is that no? Can you guys hear me at all? I'm going to put it on here. No. Okay, so we're closed. All right. I got kicked out. Shit. So, yeah. I got kicked out of that channel because I put raid, like in all caps and exclamation marks, and they kicked me out saying, message has been deleted. Message deleted by a moderator. You were timed out for 300 seconds. So I was 4 minutes, apparently. Inside voice, please. This is a library. Thank you. A few of us are looking to read on stream and get into voice acting. See, thank you for following. Soft spoken. I don't like this raid thing. I don't like it. No. This is stupid. That is stupid. I'm irritated. I'm upset. I'm popset. Does it say I'm still streaming? So whatever. I didn't close off mine. That's fine. I don't care. A wild Eskew appears. Catch it using iPoga catch. Winners revealed in 90 seconds. Well, I can't because I'm still locked out. You know what? I'm going to not. I'm going to screw that. Yeah, I'm out. Nope. Nuh-uh. All right, let me pull up. I'm still streaming. Screw it. Okay, I can't minimize that until I get on something else. So where did I put my Discord? Oh, I put it over on the side here. Yeah. Because I can't show art. It's a thing. No, but I don't want to show that either. Don't want to show that either. Okay. I just remembered. I didn't just remember. It just popped up. Okay, come here, you. Okay. Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm also going to do this. So I got kicked out of that raid by their moderator. Still streaming. There. Okay, I'm going to put this up on here so that you guys can tell me what you think. I'll put it there. I just want to make sure that you can see it clearly enough. Make it big, bigger, bigger, bigger. Okay, and make this bigger, bigger, bigger. Okay. So I don't know if you've noticed, but in all of the other channels, they have covers. They have covers for everything, for the just chatting, for all the different games, music, arts and crafts, all of that. They all have their own covers, but Reading Fun does not have their own cover. So I put together some covers, some cover ideas, and I wanted to know which one you guys liked the best. And if you don't like any of them, please feel free to make your own and submit them because I don't even know. Okay, so we have option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I did a bunch of these fucking things. 13. Oh, that looks wrong. I didn't mean for it to look like that. 14, 15, 16, 17. That's it. Okay. So that's it. Those are my options. I have 17 options. I don't know where exactly to put them. Because I'd love to have everyone vote on them. I will find a way, I guess. I will just have to find a way. Yeah, let me go back to one. Let me pull this up here. I quite like that one. I thought that one was fun. Or the one next to it. That one. Anyways. So yeah. So everyone's left because it's supposed to be that when you go raid, you sign off. And I didn't. Can't believe I got kicked out of that. I'm honest to God irritated. I'm so irritated with that. I'm mad. Okay. You know what? No one's here. I can do whatever I want because no one's here. Let me just see what this is. I'll save it for later. Okay. Let me go to this. Alrighty. No one's here. I can do what I want. I've got one last thing. No, not that. There. Oh, this is much longer than I remember it. This could be absolutely terrible. And I have to be very, very quiet because I've got, next door. So this is what it is. I sit and wait. Does an angel contemplate my fate? And do they know the places where we go when we're gray and old? 'Cause I've been told that salvation lets their wings unfold. So when I'm lying in my bed, thoughts running through my head, and I feel that love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. And through it all, she offers me protection a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know that life won't break me when I come to call. She won't forsake me. I'm loving angels instead. When I'm feeling weak and my pain walks down a one-way street, I look above and I know I'll always be blessed with love. And as the feeling grows, she breathes flesh to my bones. And when love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. And through it all, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know that life won't break me when I come to call. She won't forsake me. I'm loving angels instead. Yeah. All right. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to rub that in the Discord. You guys left a nice thing. Ha. Alrighty. Well, for those very few of you who have probably stuck with me, I thank you very much for joining in, and I hope you will join me again next time. Once again, I will be streaming this coming Wednesday at 8 o'clock, and I hope to see you there. Thank you so much for watching, and until next time, yeah, I'll go with it. Happy listening.